to remind Captain Lombard that he's still under oath.
U word onder die waarheid te praat.
Morning, my lord. That's correct.
Conforms, my lord.
Just want to check whether Captain's microphone is on. There we go. Thank you, Ms. Honorable.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, with your indulgence, I know that we stopped, still busy with Kelly, accused number 3's interview. Before we go there, I just want to take us back to some aspects that we might have left out yesterday
Yes,
in the
certainly.
interview.
You may do that.
Thank you, my lord. Captain, you did tell us that before these interviews with these two people started on that Sunday, they were not arrested.
U het gesê voordat hierdie onderhoude met hierdie mense sou begin, was hulle nie gearresteer nie.
That's correct, edelagbare.
Conforms, my lord.
Despite that fact, did you offer them any specific warning or explain anything to them?
Behalwe dit het die enige iets aan hulle verduidelik.
Ja, edelagbare.
Yes, my lord.
Nadat ek myself voorgestel heb aan hulle twee,
After I introduced myself to the two of them,
het ek dit nodig geag om vir hulle in te lig van die regte van die verdagte in terme van die konstitusie.
then I found it important for me to warn them about their rights within the Constitution.
Die rede vir dit is dat op daardie stadium in
The reason for that, my lord, at that stage,
my opinie
in my opinion,
was almal moontlike verdagtes.
all of them were possible suspects.
I think you actually said almal was.
Almal was, dit sluit hulle twee in.
Okay. So it's not only them, everybody were possible
All of
suspects
them,
or persons
that's
of
right.
interest.
All of them were suspects, including the two of them.
Almal hulle twee ingesluit.
Thank you.
Two things. I think we need to adjust the microphone closer to the witness so that the Afrikaans can be heard as well. I don't know whether I heard the Afrikaans correct. Moontlike verdagtes, possible suspects.
Moontlike verdagtes is reg, edelagbare.
Indeed, my lord.
Because the possible moontlike was not translated.
Oh, thank you, my lord. Thank you.
Thank you.
And did they indicate whether they understood this warning?
Het hulle aan u indikasie gegee of hulle hierdie waarskuwing verstaan?
Ja, edelagbare. En
Yes.
nadat dit ook toestemming gegee dat die onderhoude kan voortgaan.
After they agreed that the interviews can proceed.
When you asked Buddha about his personal circumstances, did he indicate his own circumstances, especially with regards to children?
Toe u Boeta vra oor sy spesifieke omstandighede, het u hom gevra spesifiek oor enige kinders het?
Dis korrek, edelagbare.
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat hy kinders het van homself,
He said to me, he do have children of his own,
dat die kinders nie saam met hom in Kelly woon nie
but the children are not residing with him and Kelly,
en dat die kinders in Diasville area woon.
that the children resides in the Diasville area.
Hy het ook met my meegedeel dat hy groot geword in Diasville
He further informed me that he grew up in Diasville.
en dat sy ouerhuis nog steeds in Diasville is.
The family house, his parental house is still in Diasville.
And when he told you about the argument that he and Kelly had on that Sunday, did you ask him where the children were at that stage?
Toe u vir hom vra oor die gestryd tussen homself en Kelly die Sondag, het nie vir hom gevra waar die kinders sou wees op daardie stadium.
En Lombard het hom gevra
My Lord, I asked him,
en sy antwoord was dat die kinders by die huis gewees het van die argument het daar plaasgevind.
said the children were at the house when the argument took place.
Now, you did indicate that he was unable to give you specific time or a specific time when Joshlin would have gone missing.
Hy het ook aangedui dat hy kon nie vir u 'n spesifieke tyd gee wanneer sou Joshlin vermis geraak het.
Dis korrek, Lombard.
That's correct.
Die vraag was aan hom gestel,
The question was posed to him,
so wanneer het Joshlin dan weggeword?
when did Joshlin get lost?
Hy kon nie vir my 'n spesifieke tyd gee,
He could not give me specific time,
as ook moontlike omstandighede hoe sy kon verdwyn het.
and possible circumstances how could she get lost.
Did he provide you with any details as to what happened on that Monday in the afternoon and the evening?
Het hy vir u enige spesifieke details gegee wat sou gebeur het daardie maandag, die namiddag en die aand?
Lombard, hy, soos ek gister getuig het, hy het genoem van die verkoop van die microwave
As I said yesterday, he mentioned the selling of the microwave.
en dan later in middag het Kelly huis toe gekom.
Later that afternoon, Kelly came home.
Hulle het gaan die gasbottel volmaak.
They went to fill up the gas bottle.
Hulle het tik gaan koop.
They went to buy tuk.
Hulle het tik gerook, gebruik.
They used the tuk.
En toe na dit
And after that,
het Kelly maar sy ontdekking gemaak dat Joshlin weg is. Het Kelly ontdek Joshlin is weg.
then Kelly realized that Joshlin was gone.
Die gesels het aangegaan oor die namiddag wat ek vir hom gevra het.
The conversation proceeded about the afternoon where I asked,
So wanneer het Rekwin huis toe gekom?
when did Rekwin come home?
Hy het aan my genoem volgens hom. Het Rekwin die namiddag na 6 by die huis gekom van Gravelou af.
According to him, Rekwin came home after 6 from Father Low,
Gravelou.
Brother Low.
Rather low. And at the end of the interview with Buddha, did you, before you interviewed Kelly, did you come or draw any conclusion?
Na die onderhoud met Buddha, het die enige gevolgtrekkings geneem.
Edelachtbare, daar het rooi ligte by my aangegaan.
Red lights flickered at me, my Lord.
Spesifiek oor die vraag wat ek aan hom gestel het oor sy verhouding met Joshlin.
Specific about the question I asked him about his relationship with Joshlin.
As ek nou daaraan dink, hy was ook kommer gewees oor dat hy nie vir my spesifieke tyd of tye kon gee soos dinge gebeur het hydig nie.
There was also some concern to me, my Lord, that he could not give me specific times of the happenings of the day.
Van die verdwyning van 'n kind in 'n, ek sal sê, 'n familie. Mense is geneig om tye wanneer by die huis gekom het, wanneer hulle ontdek het hulle kind is weg, familielid. Hulle is baie spesifiek op dit en ook dat mense is geneig is om, because dit het uitgestaan vir die dag, van die maandag, dat sulke goed behoort onthou te word.
Because, my Lord, people become really concerned about when a child gets lost. For instance, a person would, they also have the understanding that the person may know the times when the person, where the child would get lost. And this became important to me that Monday, my Lord.
En as ook sy noue verhouding met Joshlin, Kelly en die kinders omdat hy saam met hulle gewoon het, omdat hy saam gewoon het, en so stel.
And also the relationship he had with Joshlin and Kelly and the kids since they were residing together.
Did you ask him about the relationship between him and Kelly specifically?
Het u hom gevra oor die verhouding tussen homself en Kelly?
Nee, laat maar.
No, my lord.
Now we're at the interview of Kelly again on that Sunday.
Ons is terug na die onderhoud met Kelly die Sondag.
When she told you that she is a good mother
Toe sy vir u sê dat sy 'n goeie ma is
and that she loves her children,
en sy is baie lief vir haar kinders,
did she at any stage tell you about the relationship she has with Buddha?
het sy vir u gesê van haar verhouding wat sy het met Buddha?
Sy het net een punt melding gemaak
She just made mention of one point,
dat sy baie lief is vir Boeta.
that she loved Buddha a lot.
And I want to ask you also with regards to what she told you the afternoon, this is the Monday, the 19th, when she returned from work. What exactly did she tell you what they did then?
Ek gaan vir u vra wat sy vir u so gesê het dis maandag namiddag toe sy by die huis kom, wat sy gedoen het.
Sy het gesê van die tik koop,
She told me about buying the tuck,
die gasbottel wat volgemaak gewees het,
fill up the gas canister of the bottle,
wat gelei het na die gebruik van die tik,
which led to them using the tuck.
en asook dat sy later besef dat die kind Joshlin het huis toe gekom het,
That's when she later realized that Joshlin didn't come home.
dat sy gesoek het saam met gemeenskaplede,
She searched with the community members
en dat sy later dit gerapporteer het aan die polisie.
and that she later reported it to the police.
Now, you told us yesterday that as you were interviewing her and as she was narrating,
U het gister gesê toe u besig was om 'n aanhouding te voer,
When
was sy
you-
vir u wat sy aan u oor vertel het.
when you were dealing with her affidavit and reading the affidavit and the shocking utterance that she made towards you about Joshlin,
En die verbasende woorde wat hy aan u gesê het in verband met Joshlin.
Dis reg.
That's correct.
did you then ask her about, or did you specifically ask her, where is Joshlin?
Het u vir gevra spesifiek waar Joshlin was?
Eerlikwaar, ek het vir 'n paar keer gevra, waar is Joshlin?
My lord, I asked her a few questions where Joshlin is.
Sy het in soveel woorde geantwoord aan my dat my kind is nie meer hier nie.
She answered me in so much words that my child is not here anymore.
Sy moet aangaan met haar lewe van sy het nog 2 ander kinders.
She must carry on with her life because she has other 2 kids.
Right, and you... At that stage, when you were doing this interview,
Die stadium toe u besig was met die onderhoud,
did you ask her where the other 2 children were?
het u van gevra waar die ander 2 kinders was,
Is dit nou op daai dag of tydens die
That Sunday.
die Sondag.
My verstaan dat daai dag was dat beide kinders was in die sorg van familielede.
My understanding at that stage, my Lord, that these 2 children were in the care of a family.
Right. Now, yesterday, and this is almost where we ended up, you said that you could see that the irritation levels were rising and that at a stage she was then completely cross with you.
Dis geen reg reg nie.
Is reg?
Dis reg. Ja.
Alright. So, what happened then thereafter?
Wat het toe daarna gebeur?
En die arbeid wat gevolg het toe is dat ek vir gesê het van dat daar baie mense is wat na 'n kind soek en tyd opoffer en daai.
That's when I told them, my Lord, there are a lot of people who are looking for a child.
Maar wat vir my ook geskok het en
What
daai
also shocked me, my Lord,
net voor daai was dat Kelly vir my genoem het
just
dat
before that, Kelly mentioned to me,
Joshlin van famous gemaak het.
Joshlin made her famous.
En ek het ook aan haar genoem onder die huidige wolk waar ons osself bevind dat jou kind weg is.
I mentioned to her, under the situation that we find ourselves, that your child is gone,
As dit van pas van 'n ma om so iets te sê.
it's unexpected for a mother to say such a thing.
Just one moment. The witness used the word "onvan pas." It was translated as unexpected.
Oh no.
Onvan pas.
Inappropriate.
I don't want to be the interpreter in the case.
I'm sorry, my lord.
Yeah, inappropriate is the correct word. Now, some of these words are not easily understood to be translated into English if you're not the first language speaker in Afrikaans.
Yes.
So, Mr. Blau, if you're uncertain of the translation of a particular term, just check so that we have it correct. So I will note that you told her it was inappropriate for a mother to say that.
Thank you, my lord. When she uttered these words, Joshlin made her famous. How did she say that?
To say hierdie woorde uit dat Joshlin haar beroemd gemaak het. Hoe het sy dit gesê?
'n Gesigsuitdrukking het tipe glimlag in haar mond gehad.
The facial expression had some sort of a smile.
Dit het vir my voorgekom op daardie moment dan
It appeared for me at that moment
dat sy soos sy nou sê sy is famous, dat sy die famous status geniet.
She was enjoying the famous status.
Did she say this only on one occasion? Did she only say that once during this interview?
Het sy dit net een keer gesê gedurende die onderhoud?
Nee, maar
No,
sy het dit 'n paar keer gesê, ek sal sê op die meeste 2 of 3 keer.
she said it, she said it in a few moments, I think, the most 2 to 3 times.
And when you told her that this was inappropriate for a mother in her position, did she react to that?
Do if I say that is what just inappropriate in Afrikaans?
Onvanpas.
Inappropriate, onvanpas.
Onvanpas is om vir 'n moeder om so op te tree.
Sy het net vir my gekyk.
She just looked at me.
Ek kan nie huidigelik onthou of sy enigiets uitgeuiter het nie, maar ek weet sy het nie verskoning gevra nie.
I don't recall whether did she said anything, but what I can remember, she never said she was sorry.
Of enigiets gesê hoekom sy gesmile het.
Or said anything as to why she smiled.
So at that stage of the interview, were you of the opinion that you should obtain supplementary affidavit from her?
Gedurende hierdie van hierdie onderhoud het u toe besluit dat u sou opvolgende
Verklaring.
ja, te kry.
Edelagbare, ek het daarna gevra of ons verdere verklaring kan bekom.
I asked them, my Lord, can we get another statement?
Sy het aan my genoem dat sy en Boeta moet gaan.
Then she said to me, she and Buddha must leave
Van hulle moet by die spur uitkom.
because they must be at the spur.
Van
Ja.
hulle moet die spur uitkom, van hulle moet gaan eet of kos gaan haal, breakfast gaan haal.
They must be at the spur whether to go and fetch breakfast or food.
En daar is nie tyd nou om nog 'n verdere verklaring af te gee nie.
There was not time at that stage now to give another affidavit or statement.
And was that the conclusion of your interview with her then?
Was dit toe die einde van die onderhoud met haar?
Before the witness answers that question, may I just follow up on the last comment you made? What did you make of that response? You have a mother whose child is missing. You've told us how you interacted and things you said. And you say, but can I take a further statement or follow up here? And he says, no, we don't have time for this. We need to go to the spur. What did you make of it in the position that you're in?
Toe sê vir u die antwoord sou gee dat daar nie genoeg tyd is nog om nog op volgende verklaring te neem, dat sy nou sê as die tyd hulle moet na die spur toe gaan. Wat het u daarvan gemaak? Onder die omstandighede wat u was.
Edelagbare, ek kon nie verstaan
My Lord, I could not understand
dat die ma van die kind wat weg is
that the mother of the child was lost,
is nie bereid om van haar eie tyd, want sy wil gaan, op te gee om die polisie te help met die verdere ondersoek van haar kind. En
she was not prepared to lose or just to give up her time to the police to assist in the investigation of finding a child.
ek het ook met myself gepraat in my gedagte.
I also spoke to myself in my head.
Hoe kan die ma,
How can a mother,
as ek mooi kan onthou, was dit die vraag van my, like, really nou, hoe die ma sit voor my, ek het Ek was duidelik met haar in die begin
I was clear to her.
dat ek is hier om te help
I was there to help. I was here to help
met die soek na Joshlin.
in the search for Joshlin.
En hier sit ons waar jy sekere goed aan my vertel.
Here we are sitting together. You relate some certain stuff to me.
Ek wil dit vaslê op in 'n verklaring
I wanted to bring that into a statement.
en jy sê vir my dat jy het nie tyd het.
Then you say to me, I don't have time.
Dit was skokkend.
It was shocking.
Yes, thank you. Now you can
Thank you, my
read.
Lord. Thank you, my Lord.
Read the question.
Thank you, my Lord. So, was that the end, the conclusion of your interview with Kelly on that day?
Was dit nou die einde opsomming van die on the road met Kelly op hierdie dag?
Ja,
Yes.
And I'm going to ask the same question that I did with your interview with Buddha. Did you come to any conclusion at that stage? At the end of the interview?
edelagbare, het was duidelik van my interaksie met beide Buddha en Kelly.
It was clear to me with both the interviews with both Kelly and Buddha
Dat hulle nie daai, ek gaan die Engelse woord gebruik, willingness het om alles te doen om te help met die soek na Joshlin.
they did not have the willingness, my Lord, to do everything in the search for Joshlin.
Ek kon nie verstaan dat Buddha, wat die vaderfiguur is vir Joshlin in die huis,
I could not understand Buddha as a father figure to Joshlin in the house.
was nie bereid om te antwoord oor sy verhouding met Joshlin nie.
He was not prepared as to give an answer about his relationship with Joshlin.
Met Kelly se onderhoud,
With Kelly's interview,
wat vir my uitgestaan het, was dat
which became to me important or apparent, was that
Kelly tot 'n mate beskerm vir Buddha,
up to a certain
Measure. To a certain measure.
to a certain measure that she was protecting Buddha,
en dat Kelly die stem is in daai verhouding
she was the voice in this relationship.
van Buddha homself,
Because Buddha himself,
het die manier hoe hy gekommunikeer het met my,
the way that he communicated with me,
as was in 'n soortse manier waar hy nie wil oopmaak en net vrywillig praat oor hulle lewe binne die huis nie.
it was such in a way, my Lord, he would not open up about the relationship, the way they live in the house.
En wat my die verder indikasie gegee het dat Kelly die stem is in die huis,
What gave me further indication that Kelly was the voice in the house
is toe hy my verwys na Kelly om te vra oor sy verhouding met Joshlin.
when he referred me to Kelly when I asked him about his relationship with Joshlin.
Ek wat myself 'n pa is,
Me, myself, as a father,
ek kan vrylik soos baie ander antwoord oor my verhouding met my kinders,
I could freely give answers to my relationship with my kids,
as ook met ander mense se kinders.
also relationship with other people's children.
Wat my ook gekwel het, edelagbare, is dat wat in die verklaring voor my gestaan het, wat die inquiry file het ek mos gehad by daai oomblik, wat gestaan het in die verklaringe.
What also became important, apparent to me, in the statements in front of me, my Lord,
Edelagbare, van die verlof van die hof, kan ek asseblief kyk na die verklaring wat Kelly afgegee het die aand,
with the
Certainly.
die verklaring van Buddha,
Can I look through the statement of Kelly and the statement of Uta
en die verklaring van Rekon?
and the statement of Rikon?
Asseblief.
They have all been admitted into evidence.
No,
my lord.
I'm looking at the. You don't have, I'll give you the exhibit numbers.
Idel Agwara, kan ik mijn laptop gebruiken? Ben ik het op mijn laptop?
Certainly, certainly. So the statement of 20th February from Kelly, that will be Exhibit C.
That's fine.
The statement of accused number 1, Mr. Apollos, that will be Exhibit M. And where's my latest index to the exhibits? Fiddly. I know you, I saw you take it out yesterday to retype it.
Exhibit M and then a record. I think Rekon was Exhibit
Because
Y.
the statements of Requin are the ones in the envelope, and that was Exhibit Z, if I remember correctly.
Indeed, my lord. Indeed. C, M, and Z.
Yeah, I think it was Exhibit Z. Oh, here's the new key.
And I think
Yeah.
Z was marked 1 and 2. my
Z
lord.
was marked 1 and 2. The statement that was in the inquiry file was Z1.
Yes.
So that was available at that time because it was taken on the 21st of February.
Indeed, my lord.
So I know that the witness is going to refer to the electronic statements that he has, but
Yes.
just for the record,
Indeed, my lord.
those are the exhibits that's already in the court. In the main trial, those statements were admitted in the main trial.
Indeed. Indeed.
So insofar as it relates to the trial within a trial, I'm not going to renumber the exhibits. We will merely refer to the exhibit numbers as it's reflected in the main trial.
Indeed, my lord. As the court pleases. So you with us? If you want to refer to a specific affidavit, the one of Ms. Smith is Exhibit C.
Dank Idel Agwara. Idel Agwara, kan ik lezen wat in de verklaring staat?
Certainly.
May I read what is contained in the statement, my lord?
Baie dankie. Ons gaan eers gaan na Kelly se verklaring toe.
We're going to go to Kelly's statement first,
Wat sy afgegee met die aanmelding van die verdwijning van Joshlin.
which she made the night on the report of the missing of Joshlin.
Sy sê in die verklaring is in Engels.
She states in this statement, it is written in English,
Sy sê spesifiek in paragraaf 4.
specific in paragraph 4, she says the following.
Ek gaan dit vertaal in Afrikaans later. Om die Engels weer gaan.
You can just read the English and then
At about 1350.
can somebody maybe give Mr. Blaus a copy, so as the witness is reading, then he can translate it into Afrikaans for the accused and for members of the public that may not follow the English.
I'm giving my copy to Mr. Blau.
Yes, thank you. So at about 1350, so that's 10 to 2. Yes, you may proceed.
Sorry, laat ek begin net by paragraaf 3,
Dat is paragraaf 3.
waar sy sê, on Monday, 2024-02-19,
Op maandag 2024/02/19,
at about 9 o'clock,
so om 9 uur,
I was at my house
ek was by my huis,
when I left for work,
waar ek werk toe was.
and I left my 3 children
Ek het my 3 kinders,
with I think it's the father, Jacqueline Apollos,
met Jacqueline Apollos, pa, gelaat.
and the other child by the name of Joshlin then it's the ID number. She did not go to school because she was not feeling well.
En die ander kind, met die naam Joshlin,
She did not go to school.
as father, Jacqueline Apollos, and the other child by the name of Joshlin is okay, and she did not, sy was nie by die skool gewees nie, want sy het nie lekker gevoel nie.
The next paragraph, at about 13:50, 10 to 2 the afternoon,
So by 13:50, 10 voor,
I returned back from work.
ek het teruggekeer vanaf die werk.
My boyfriend Jacqueline was not at home,
My boyfriend Jacqueline was nie by die huis nie.
and I only found 2 children,
Ek het toe net 2 kinders gekry.
and I asked them, where is Joshlin?
Ek het hulle toe gevra wat Joshlin was.
They said they don't know.
Hulle sê toe hulle weet nie.
I went out to, it looks like I went out to look for her,
Ek het uitgegaan om wat te gaan kyk, te gaan soek.
and the father was also looking for the child.
En die pa was ook besig om vir die kind te soek.
When I found him,
Toe ek vir hom vind,
I was driving with the police. We were looking with friends.
ek was het gery met polisie waar ons met vriende gesoek het.
Ek gaan nou ook na die verklaring van Jacqueline Apollos,
Now I'm going to the statement of Jacqueline Apollos,
wat hy afgegee het die 20ste Februarie 2024.
That's
which he gave on the 20th
Exhibit
of
M for
February
the
2024.
record.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Ek gaan begin by paragraaf 4.
I'll start at paragraph 4.
During the morning at about 11 o'clock,
Gedurende die oggend so op 11 uur,
I washed the children's clothes.
ek het die kinders eers gewas.
After
Ons
I,
clothes, ek het die kinders se klere gewas.
after I washed the clothing, both kids got into separate bathtubs outside the house.
Nadat ek die klere gewas het, het beide kinders in 2 verskillende baddens geklim
En-
voor die huis.
At this time,
By hierdie tyd,
their mother came home
hulle moeder het van die werk teruggekom
from work for lunch.
vir etens, vir middagete.
She was at the house for about 20 minutes.
Sy was by die huis vir 'n periode van 20 minute.
When their mother left, the children got out of the tubs.
Toe die moeder weggaan het die kinders uit die baddens geklim.
That's
And,
now paragraph 5, just for the record.
Paragraph 5.
Ja.
Dankie daarvoor. Paragraph 5. When the mother left, the children got out of the tubs,
Hulle klim toe uit die baddens toe die moeder weggaan.
dried themselves.
Droog hulle self.
Joshlin got dressed in a light blue t-shirt,
Joshlin het toe 'n ligblou T-hemp aangehad,
a light blue jeans short
'n ligblou jeans kortbroek
with a pink flip-flops.
met pink floppies.
I gave her bread to eat
Ek het haar brood gegee om te eet
on the same day at about 1400 hours.
so dieselfde dag so by 1400 uur.
I saw Joshlin
Ek het vir Joshlin gesien,
walk up to her friend
opgestap na 'n vriend toe.
I told her to get out of the sun,
Ek het haar toe gevra om uit die son uit te kom,
to which she got angry
waar sy kwaad geraak het
at me.
vir my.
She told me,
Sy het vir my gesê,
ek gaan nie,
I'm not,
and walk off.
toe sy weggestap.
This was the last time I saw her.
Dit was die laaste keer wat ek vir haar gesien het.
Laurentia was still at my house at that time.
Laurentia was nog by my huis gewees op daardie stadium.
Just one moment, just one moment. Are you also going to refer to Laurentius'
No, jy
statement that was in the file? Only theirs?
ek gaan net daai drie verklaring.
Okay, all right.
En dan kan ons gaan na Rekon se verklaring toe.
Then would
So
nou
that could be
die Reppens
Z1.
statement.
Just remember that with regards to this affidavit, some of it is sensitive, so just indicate first before you start reading which paragraph it is so that the Honourable Court can indicate whether you may read that into the record.
Jy moet verstaan van hierdie verklaring se inligting as baie sensitief. Jy sal dit maar nou afdoen.
Thank you.
Paragraph 2 and 3 is not contentious. And nothing in that statement, except the personal particulars and so forth.
Thank you.
But for purposes of this exercise, I know that the witness will in all probability go to the Times, etc.
Yes.
He may proceed.
Thank you, my lord.
Edel achtbare,
Just one moment. This is Z1, so that's the statement of Requin that was made in the missing persons inquiry.
Thank you.
It was done on the 21st of February of 2024. Yes.
Thank you, my lord.
Rekon se verklaring gaan ons na paragraaf 6.
And Requin's statement will go to paragraph 6.
During lunchtime,
Gedurende middagete,
my mother came home.
my ma het toe huis toe gekom,
She ate
sy het geëet,
and then went back to work.
sy is toe weer terug werk toe.
When my mother left, Jacqueline made food for Joshlin and I.
Toe my ma toe weggaan het, Jacqueline vir my en Joshlin kos gemaak.
After I ate, I left and walked to Brulou.
Nadat ek geëet het, ek het toe gegaan na Broerlou.
That was when the school bell rang.
Dit was die tyd toe die skoolklokkie lui.
Paragraph 7.
Paragraaf nummer 7.
On the same day,
Op dieselfde dag,
at about 1800 hours,
so by 1800 uur,
I got home from Brulou.
ek het toe van ek by die huis aangekom vanaf Broerlou.
My mother and Jacqueline were at the house.
My ma en
Jacqueline.
Jacqueline was by die huis gewees.
Paragraph 8.
Paragraaf nummer 8.
My mother asked me
My ma het my gevra
if I knew where Joshlin was.
of ek weet waar Joshlin is.
I told her that I didn't Joshlin's friends.
Ek het toe vir haar gesê ek weet nie Joshlin se vriende is.
If I didn't, end of the sentence.
End of the
full stop.
sentence, and then it goes on with Joshlin's friends are Kuti, Liffy, and Tandi.
Ek weet nie Joshlin se vriende is Kotti, Liffy en Tandi.
She normally plays with him.
Sy speel gewoonlik met hulle.
Dankie Lagmane.
Ja.
Op die vraag wat die advokaat my gevra het oor wat was my gevolgtrekking op die einde van die van die onderhoud met
About the question that the prosecutor asked me about my conclusion after this interviews.
en wat my geplaand was dat Kelly sê dat sy het 50 by die huis gekom die middag.
What worried me, Kelly said she arrived at the house at 13:50
En sy het net dat 2 kinders aangekry.
and she only found the 2 children there.
Boeta was nie by die huis nie.
Buta was not at the house.
Boeta se verklaring lê,
In Buta's statement,
hy het 2 uur die middag het hy van Joshlin gesien.
at 2 o'clock afternoon, he saw Joshlin.
Dis die tyd wat sy weggeloop het van die huis af.
That's the time when she walked away from the house.
Rekon se verklaring sê
Requen's statement states the following.
dat sy ma het huis toe gekom,
He said his mother came home,
klaar geëet,
finished eating,
terug werk toe gegaan.
went back to work.
Toe het Boeta vir hom en vir Joshlin kos gegee en dit.
Buta gave him and Joshlin food.
Die vraag wat ek vir myself gevra het was,
The question I asked myself, my Lord, was,
watter 2 kinders was by die huis toe Kelly 50 by die huis gekom het?
which 2 children were at the house at 13:50 when Kelly went home?
Sy noem dat Jacqueline Boeta nie by die huis gewees het nie.
She mentioned that Jacqueline, that is Buta, was not at the house,
Maar Jacqueline sê hy was daar toe ook.
but Jacqueline himself said he was there.
Ons weet van Rekon se verklaring dat net nadat sy ma werk toe is, as hy na Brulou toe.
We know from Jacqueline's statement that after her mother left, he went to Brother Low.
Rekon sê hier dat hy het 6 uur by die huis gekom.
Jacqueline says further, he arrived at home at about 6 o'clock,
En sy ma het aan hom gevra
En die
of hy
ma
vir
het ask
Joshlin
him.
gesien het waar Joshlin is.
where sister didn't see sister.
So, watter 2 kinders Kelly gevra het toe sy by die huis kom waar Joshlin is, het opgestaan.
Can you get around?
En Kelly se verklaring sê dat sy die 2 kinders het, dat 2 kinders by die huis gekry.
Kelly's statement states that she found the 2 children at home.
En sy het aan hulle gevra waar Joshlin is.
She wanted to know from them where Joshlin was.
Sy maak ook nie melding dat Boeta daai tyd by die huis gewees het en dat sy vir Boeta gevra het.
She also don't mention that Buta was at the house when she asked him.
En soos Boeta vir my genoem het tydens ons gesels,
As
dat
Buta mentioned to me whilst we were talking,
volgens hom en rekonasies by die huis gekom.
according to him, he also arrived at home after 6,
Wat in lyn is met Rekon se verklaring wat sê hy 6 uur by die huis gekom.
which is in line with the Requen's statement, which he states that he arrived at home at 6.
So die vraag het weer teruggaan, watter kinders was by die huis vir die van Kelly sê 2 kinders.
Then the question still remains, goes back as to which 2 children, because Kelly mentioned 2 children.
Daai tyd was daar al 'n storie dat Rachel wel Christus gegaan het die oggend.
There's also understanding that Rochelle this morning went to the creche,
En ek weet nie van enige ander kinders behalwe die 3 kinders wat daar gewees het nie.
I don't know of any other 2 children except the 2 who were there, my lord.
Van as Rachel na die kleuterskool toe gegaan het,
As Rachel would go to the crèche,
dan los dit net vir Rekwin en vir Joshlin oor.
that would leave behind Joshlin and Rekwin.
Sy sê ek het my 2 kinders gevra, as dit moet dan het volgens my afleiding, dan moet sy vir Joshlin gevra het, waar is Joshlin?
Then, from what I can conclude, if she speak about 2 children, she would have asked Joshlin herself where Joshlin was,
Because sy verwys na 2 kinders.
because she refers to 2 children.
Na die onderhoud, edelagbare,
After the interview,
as ek toe Saldanha Bay polisiestasie toe,
I went to Saldanha police station,
waar ek met Sergeant Milstein ontmoet het.
where I met up with Sergeant Milstein.
Ek het met hom meegedeel wat in die onderhoud plaasgevind het,
I explained that I told him about the interview taking place,
wat daar gesê gewees het,
what was said,
en wat my bevinding gewees het.
and what my
Conclusion.
conclusion would be.
As ook die baie vrae spesifiek gaande die gedeeltes wat ek gelees het vandag.
And also the questions which I heard, my lord, specific on these parts I read out today.
Na ons gesels het by die polisiestasie,
After we spoke at the police station,
is ek terug Kaapstad toe.
I went back to Cape Town.
Die volgende week, die week van die 26ste,
The next week, that's the week of the 26th,
het ek en Sergeant Milstein nog steeds kontak gehad.
me and Sergeant Milstein still in contact,
Wat hy met my meegedeel het, wat hulle basies doen in die dag, die ondersoeke, die navraag wat hulle gedoen het.
what he just mentioned to me, what they would do during the day, the searches and the inquiries,
En die bevindings.
and what they would get, the outcome.
Wat ons toegebring het na donderdag die 29ste Februarie. Daardie oggend, dit was in die laatoggendure.
Now, in the Thursday, 29th of February, that morning, it was the early morning,
Early morning or late morning?
Late morning.
Late.
late
Laat.
morning.
As ek reg kan onthou, ek dink dit was so om en by net so tussen 11 en 12.
If I can still recall, it was between 11 and 12.
Het ek 'n oproep ontvang van die hoof van ernstige geweld misdaad Brigadier Nana.
Then I received a call from the head of the Serious Crimes,
Hy
Violent Crimes Unit.
het aan my genoem dat
Wie is Brigadier Hanana?
Brigadier
correct?
Nana, ja.
Brigadier Hanana.
Hy het aan my genoem dat ek en my lede
He mentioned to me that myself and my team
moet na Saldanha polisiestasie toe gaan.
must go to Saldanha police station.
Ek en van my lede is toe Saldanha toe daai oggend.
Myself and other members went to Saldanha that morning.
Ons het, ek dink net so na 2 die middag in Saldanha aangekom.
We arrived at, I think, about just after 2 in Saldanha.
Ons het 'n ontmoeting gehad by die polisiestasie.
We met up at the police station,
Ek, 2 van my lede,
myself and 2 of my members,
die brigadier
brigadiers,
en Sergeant Milstein.
Sergeant Milstein.
Daar was nog lede van die FCS eenheid.
We were also other members of FCS, my lord.
Dit was gewees die stasiebevelvoerder, Luitenant-Kolonel Sibola,
The station commander, Lieutenant Sibula.
ek was meegedeel dat ons kantoor moet hulp verleen aan die FCS kantoor met die ondersoek.
We were told that we must give assistance to the FCS.
Ons het 'n gesprek gehad oor die operasies wat gedoen gewees het tot en met daai oor wat Milstein hulle gedoen het.
We had a conversation about the operation, that is what Milstein and them did.
Die ondersoek,
The investigation.
hulle het ek met my meegedeel dat die stad van Kaapstad,
They also mentioned to me that the Cape Town state,
die
The city of Cape Town.
city of Cape Town,
die law enforcement wetstoepassing afdeling was hier gewees baie tyd.
law enforcement department was here.
Dat hulle voor ons het hulle in Saldanha gearriveer
They arrived before us in Saldanha.
en dat hulle hier by die MPC gebou is
They were at the embassy's building.
van kolonel
At the which building? Sorry?
van nou is die MPC Multipurpose Center.
MPC, Multi-Purpose Center. I think I heard embassy, that's why I'm just making sure, sorry.
Embassy.
Van Colonel Sibola het met ons meegedeel dat hulle die oggend, hulle offisiere die oggend by hom gewees het.
Colonel Sibola told me that the officers from within that
Just a
morning.
moment. I have difficulty hearing Captain Lombard. I indicated earlier I would like to hear the Afrikaans as well. So if we can, either if you can sit closer to the microphone or if they can adjust it for you.
Ek sal 'n bietjie nader sit dit daarby.
No, that's fine. So Colonel Sibola informed of something that happened the morning and I couldn't get that.
Colonel Sibola het met ons meegedeel dat die stad Kaapstad se wettoepassing
Now I've heard that.
as hier en dat hulle oorkant is by die MPC gebou.
Lieutenant Sibola told me that the city of Cape Town's law enforcement officers were here and at this MPC building.
En dat hy met hulle ook meegedeel het wat die stand van sake is in terme van die ondersoek.
He also explained to them what the situation is as far as the search,
En dat hulle wat sê woord nou besig was, operationalized was om te help met die soektog daai dag.
they were also operational on this day to assist in this search.
Ons is toe laatmiddag, ek en my span in terug Kaap toe.
Late that afternoon, me and my team went back to Cape Town.
Ons het die Vrydagoggend teruggekom.
Friday morning we came back.
That's the 30th.
The first.
Oh, I made the
Yes,
same
the March.
mistake. 1st of March.
You know, you're not the first person that made that mistake. We've had it before.
My apologies. Friday morning, the 1st of
yeah.
March. Sorry.
Ons het die oggend vroeg in Saldanha aangekom
That morning we arrived early in Saldanha,
waar die ontmoeting gewees het by die polisiestasie.
where there was a meeting at the police station.
Ek het met kolonel Sibola en die bestuur van die stasie ontmoet in sy kantoor.
I met up with Colonel Sibola and the management of the police station at his office.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat later die oggend gaan daar 'n vergadering is
He mentioned to me later that morning there would be a meeting
in die MPC gebou
in this MPC building
wat ons moet bywoon.
which we must attend.
Ons het toe, ek dink het, as ek korrek sê, het dit al pas al 9 of 9 uur het die briefing sessie 9 uur begin.
If I'm under correction, my lord, past 8, 9 o'clock, I think the briefing meeting started here.
Ons het by die boonstukke, die kantore bo in die MPC gebou, in die ingang, so ons inkom by die hoofdeur, as 'n kantore daarbo, so ons links op gaan met die treppe. Die vergadering was daar gewees.
There's a building as you come to the entrance of this building. Upstairs, a room. Left side, you go up, and that's where we had this briefing or this meeting.
So, just one moment. I happened to know where those offices are. Yes, I'm going to repeat myself because it wasn't interpreted. I happen to know where the offices are.
Die hof weet waar die kennis waar die kantoor is. Die kantoor is.
In the entrance foyer, there's a set of stairs going up to another level.
By die ingang is 'n trap wat opgaan.
And this, as I'm looking towards the back of the hall, it will be on the other side of the glass doors that gives access to this hall.
Hierdie kantore sal aan die ander kant van die glasdeur is wat ingang gee tot hierdie saal.
And how I know that? I was totally unaware at the time that this venue would feature in the trial at all.
Ek was daar gewees en ek was onbewus dat hierdie gebou hierdie verhoor sal kan voortgaan.
But when I came to look at the venue to determine whether it would be suitable
Toe ek kom na hierdie
to be converted into a courtroom,
om seker te maak of dit in 'n posisie sal wees om dan in 'n hof
I met with our team
ek het met ons span ontmoet
from the office of the Chief Justice,
vanaf die kantore van die hoofregter
with the municipal manager
en die municipality as 'n bestuurder
and the mayor. The mayor joined us briefly for a short period in an office.
en die burgemeester het vir 'n kort tydjie in die kantoor ontmoet.
I'm not sure whether any of the council knows where the office is.
Ek is nie seker of die ander partye tussen die prokureurs weet waar hierdie kantoor is nie.
So if it's going to be an issue later on, then during an adjournment, somebody can show council where the office is if you really want to see it.
As dit
There were basically no furniture in the place when I was there. There was a table and a few chairs.
hulle kan dit besigtig op 'n stadium want as 'n kantoor met 'n tafel met 'n paar stoele.
Thank you.
Dankie Lombard. Die vergadering was basies
The meeting
om ons almal wat daar gewees het, dit was nou lede van ons kantoor, van die provinsiale kantoor,
it was us the members of the provincial office,
plaaslike spelers,
the local detectives,
FCS kantoor spelers,
FCS detectives.
Daar was lede van die City of Cape Town Law Enforcement.
Then there were members of the law enforcement of the City of Cape Town.
Daar was ook duikers,
Divers,
K9 lede wat die honde beheer.
the K9, that is the police and the people controlling the dogs.
Daar was nog, maar die approach was 'n multidisciplinary approach.
The approach was a multidisciplinary approach, my lord.
En sodat almal wat betrokke is,
So that everyone who's involved,
seker dat almal op dieselfde golflengte is, is.
that we are on the same
Wavelength. Golflengte. Is that what you said?
Golflengte.
Op diezelfde golf is. Wavelength.
on the same wave.
Die vergadering het ongeveer so 1 uur en 'n half of 2 na 2 geneem.
This meeting carried on for an hour and a half to 2.
Daarna het ons as ondersoekers oorgestap na die boardroom van die polisiestasie.
After that, us as investigators went over to the boardroom of the police station,
waar sergeant Nalstein vir ons as spelers ingelig het met feite wat hy nie gemaklik mee gevoel het om op die open te deel met almal die ander lede nie.
where Sergeant Milstein explained to us is that there were certain facts which he was not feeling happiest to share with other members.
Do you mean non-SABS detective members? Because there were all these other people around.
Dis hier ek het al veral oor die Rekwen wat 'n kind gewees het.
Especially about the child, like when he was a child,
En dat ons die kind moet beskerm ook.
that we must protect the child as well.
Van daardie tyd van die ondersoek was die vermissing van Joshlin was, ek sal sê, nommer 1 op social media.
Because at that stage, the loss of Joshlin, I would say, was number 1 or the first on social media.
So ons wou nie baie fokus plaas om waar die kinders is nie.
We wouldn't put more focus as to where the children were.
Ons het toe besluit dat daar is 'n paar lyne in die ondersoek wat ons gaan doen.
Then we decided there's a few leads that we as investigating team are going to do.
Can I just check with the witness? Because he was pointing with his hand.
Lines.
Yeah.
Lines. That lines we want to follow or do.
So there were specific lines that you were going to, as lines of investigation to focus on.
Dis reg Edward. Op daardie stadium het ons geweet dat die somme wat ons gemaak het op die inhoud van die verklaringe.
At that stage, we know that the sums we made in the statements received
Het nie by dieselfde antwoorde uitgekom nie.
didn't have the same answers.
Dit het ook uitgekom dat Stefano en Lorenzo Nilo ook die dag by die huis gewees het.
It also came apparent and known that Stefano and Lorenzo also at that house on the day.
Die dag van die 19 Februarie.
That's the day of the 19th of February.
I'm sorry, just repeat the names that you said.
Stefan, wil je haar namen herhalen wat u van praat?
I was just approached by the police official. She indicated to me that accused number 3 is not feeling well. It seems that she wants to throw up, my lord. I'm not sure. Thank you, my lord.
The court will adjourn. informed that we won't be able to proceed immediately in order to not have people come in and out and run around. I was thinking to stand down till 12 o'clock. Then hopefully we can proceed then. Some arrangements are being made for items to be fetched from Langebaan. It might be sooner, but let's rather stand down till 12 o'clock. If it's at all possible, I don't know where the lunch for the accused normally comes from. If one can use this opportunity so that when we start at 12, that we can run through and maybe take a short break here or there, because we're going to lose a lot of time now. But it's one of those things that it's unfortunate that it's unforeseen. So I will not resume before 12 o'clock, even if we're ready, so that people can plan on going somewhere. If you want to go, come back, and I'll see you at 12 o'clock. Maybe whilst I have the time, it's an issue that arose yesterday. I was informed by the court orderlies that there were members of the media behind the desks of counsel, whilst their files were still there and it was still open. Now please respect the fact that this is a court. And I know that some people are saying that they do this in other courts. You never go behind the bench or in a court. You never go at the bar where the counsel's files are. I have no problem before we start and before our books are packed out for these microphones to be placed and all that work being done. But when the court adjourns, you wait till everybody leaves if you want to run around here. The fact of the matter is, for the defense, everything that they have from their clients, it's privileged. And the similarity can be said for the state. We all make notes. We sometimes make side notes. So just respect this space. I do not want to exclude people from certain areas unnecessarily, but if I need to do that, I will. And as in any courtroom, for the order in the court orderlies are responsible for that. They are just as professional as some people think they are. No one's more important than the other. I do not want to hear complaints about members of the court staff being disrespected by people. Court ledger.
All right.
some heads up. We're planning, all goes well, to sit till 4 o'clock today. So we'll try and make up the time that we lost. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Catherine, before we adjourn, you told us that there were a few lines in the investigation
that you intended on following on. And then the first one is you said that when you make your calculations, the statements that you had don't really come to the same answer or the same conclusion. That's where we stopped, if you can take it from there.
Dis korrek, maar
Yes, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lord.
edelagbare, wat besluit was dat punt nummer 1
What was decided, my lord? Point number 1
was om vir Joshlin te kry.
was to find Joshlin.
Maar ons het ook besef die belangrikheid om te weet met wie ons werk ten opsigte van die getuienis, Boeta spesifiek, Boeta, Kelly, Stefano, Nilo, Rens.
But we also find it important that we have to look into who we are dealing with. That is the people I mentioned as Buta.
Het was bekend aan ons dat hulle werkloos is.
We came to understand that they are unemployed.
Dat Kelly sommige dae werk by Kelly Ziegers, sy is skoonmaak.
That Kelly now and then work at the house of Kelly Ziegers cleaning.
Laat Jacqueline nie vaste werk het nie, maar dat hy soms by mense help skoonmaak.
Jacqueline didn't have a permanent job because he would assist people now and then to clean.
By Stefano het ons nie baie geweet, maar ons het geweet ook dat hy nie 'n vaste werk het nie.
From Stefano we didn't really know much, but you also picked up that he doesn't have a permanent job.
Dat Rens ook nie 'n vaste werk het nie.
Rens the same, she doesn't have a permanent job.
Dat Ayanda haar metgesel is.
That Ayanda is a partner.
Dat Kelly, Boeta, Rens, Stefano en Nilo baie saam dwelms gebruik.
That Kelly, Buta, Rens, Nilo, Stefano were using a lot of drugs.
So wat deel gevoer word van die soektog na Joshlin vir daai dag, laat ons kan uitvind waar koppel dit dwelms.
During partly with the search to find Joshlin, we wanted to find out as to where do they buy the drugs from.
Wat is hulle loopend staan in die gemeenskap, as ek dit nou so kan stel?
What is their standing in the community, if I can put it that way?
Met wie assosieer hulle self?
Who are they associating themselves with?
Hoe support hulle die hulle koop van die dwelms?
How do they support their buying of drugs?
As Kelly net sekere dae werk,
Since Kelly is only working certain days,
waar kom die geld vandaan?
Where would the money come
Om
from?
dwelms basis elke dag te koop.
To buy bad drugs basically almost every day.
En dit het gegaan vir die res van hulle ook.
It also went to the rest of them.
Ons het toe besluit dat kom ons gaan volg hulle lyn in terme van die dwelms.
Then we decided, let us follow the line as far as the connection with the drugs.
Ons het ook gegaan en gekyk na wie is die ander vriende buitekant die groep wat ons gemensen het.
Then we also decided is to look at other friends outside this circle I mentioned, friends.
Wat is hulle gewoontes deur die dag?
What is their usual during the day, what they doing usually during the day?
Stefano, ons die verkoop van die microwave en die ander goed het vir ons laat besluit om te gaan te kyk waar kry hulle die goed wat hulle so verkoop.
The selling of the microwave and the other stuff, my lord, we decided as to let us find out where would they find the stuff they sell.
Is dit moontlike gesteelde eiendom
Is it possible stolen property,
of besit hulle self die eiendom?
or is it their possessions?
En enige inligting wat vir ons kan help om vir Joshlin te vind.
And other information that would assist us to find Joshlin.
Die skool, ek dink Juffrou Maart was daai dag ook weer besoek gewees.
Can you get around?
Juffrou Maart,
Oh, the school from Art was also there to look for the child.
net om bevestiging te kry dat Joshlin wel nie die 19 in die skool gewees het nie.
We went to Teacher Mark just to confirm that Joshlin was not at school on the day.
I'm sorry, it's just with the translation. I think something went missing, my lord, with your leave. If you can just say, I had it in Afrikaans that you said, ek dink Juffrou Maart was ook besoek weer daardie dag.
Dis korrek.
Is dit wat jy gesê het?
Ja.
I think Miss Mark was also visited this day to confirm that Joshlin did not attend school.
Daardie dag was daar baie mense geondervra deur die ondersoekspan.
On that day, a lot of people were questioned by the investigating team.
Een van die persone was die persoon met die naam van Gams.
One of the persons was a person with the name of Gams.
Hy was baie skie om te bevestig dat hy die dwelms aan hulle verkoop.
He was very secretive as to he was selling the drugs.
Maar na tyd het hy basies gesê dat hy weet hulle gebruik dwelms en hulle het al dwelms by hom gekry.
After a certain time, he said he knows they're using drugs. Sometimes we get drugs from him.
Maar hy het nooit die verkoop bevestig nie. Die verkoop dwelms aan hulle bevestig nie.
But he never confirmed the selling of drugs to them.
Just one moment. Just want to make a note. I started a new book, so I just had to make the note where I ended in book 2, going on to book 3 of my notes.
Thank you, my lord.
Ons ondersoek het daartoe gelei dat ons uitgevind het dat Stefano nie eintlik bates besit nie.
Our investigation further we found out that Stefano doesn't really have any property.
Ons kon nie bevestig dat die microwave waarna hy verwys wel syne gewees het nie.
We could not confirm whether the microwave which was in possession was his.
Maar navraag in die gemeenskap
But after questioning in the community,
het die inligting aan ons bekend gemaak dat hulle op gereelde basis gesteelde goed verkoop.
that information we got from the community that on a regular basis they were selling stolen stuff.
Van die informasie wat ons bekom het daai dag was dat
From the information we received on this day was that
Kelly met ander aktiwiteite besig was
Kelly was busy with other activities,
en ons het sodoende met die mense wat se naam aan ons bekend is, ons het onderhoud met hulle gevoer.
the people which we became known to us, and then we also conduct interviews with them.
Just one moment. key to my list of exhibits. I've got many keys here. Some of them seem incomplete. We must try and have a new one. Yes, Ms. Kabay.
Thank you, my lord. What I wanted to know from the state is the captain going to call the informers, those people who told him my client was selling stolen property.
So, are you asking me the question or what? Or are you objecting to the evidence?
I'm objecting to the evidence.
On what basis?
On the basis that my client didn't sell stolen property.
No. On what basis in law do you raise the objection?
I'm raising the objection because he's bringing hearsay evidence. The informers told him.
Is it being offered for the truth of the content thereof at this stage, or for context? Do you know? The evidence presented, in the context that is presented, what is the purpose for which it is presented? Do you know?
From his evidence.
Can we just
Okay.
tilt the microphone down? You raise an objection that it's hearsay. So I'm asking you, do you know what the purpose is for the presentation of this evidence?
I don't know the entire purpose, but for this piece of evidence.
If it was not presented for the truth of the content, is it then properly hearsay evidence that's inadmissible per se in law?
My lord, in law, hearsay evidence is inadmissible until the third person. The third persons in this case are the informers.
Will all evidence as you describe it be inadmissible?
I didn't hear the court's comment.
As you describe it, will all evidence of that nature be inadmissible?
It will, until the third person comes and confirm what is being said.
Yes, is that it? Is that it?
Yes, my lord.
Ms. Swanepoel, what is the purpose of the evidence in the context as now presented?
My Lord, the purpose is to set out exactly how the investigation progressed. This is information that was obtained from the community members. It's the factual made.
Is it being presented for the truth of the content?
Not at all, my Lord, not at all.
Any reply, Ms. Nkabay?
It is, if it is presented in the line my learned colleague has just explained, I then withdraw my objection.
The objection is withdrawn. It would have been overruled as well as a matter of law. Thank you, Ms. Nkabay.
Thank you, my lord.
Please, my Lord.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, my Lord.
Elagbare opname, ons kon
I was still busy looking at an aspect
May I
when
remind
the objection was raised. Now, you made mention of the other activities. Now, I have a suspicion that I know what you're referring to.
Hier melding gemaak van activiteite.
dis reg elagbare.
That's correct, my lord.
Because when the statement of Sergeant Milstein, when the evidence was led of Sergeant Milstein,
Toe die getuienis van Sergeant Milstein so gelei was,
I interrupted the prosecutor
Again,
without an objection being raised by the defense
Wat zeg je daarbij?
to present evidence of one particular paragraph.
Dat hulle moet 'n sekere verklaring of grens aflê van 'n sekere paragraaf.
Because it would have related to inadmissible character evidence.
Dit sou getuienis wees van wat nie aanvaar word van karakter getuienis.
But then what happened was the defense handed in the affidavit.
Maar die verdediging het die verklaring toe ingehandig.
And it's marked Exhibit N.
Dit was gemerk as Register N.
So you may tell us about the activities
Jy kan ons vertel van die aktiwiteite dan.
and how that led into the investigation.
Thank you, my lord.
En dat gelei tot met die ondersoek.
And the reason I was going to clarify it now because I'm also aware, having heard other evidence, that that name crops up again, either on the 17th or the 18th, whichever day you take it, of February. So if this witness wants to tell us about that, I will allow the evidence.
Thank you, my lord.
You were saying that you also became aware that Kelly was busy with other activities.
Hy het ook verhoog gesê dat hy het bewus geraak dat Kelly ook betrokke is in alle aktiwiteite.
Het is regelagbare.
Yes, my lord.
Dat die inligting wat ons bekom het was dat
The information that we received, my lord,
dat sy ook deelname gehad het aan prostitusie in Saldanha.
she had a contribution in prostitution here in Saldanha.
Ons het uitgevind van dames
We found out of ladies
wat op daardie stadium moontlik saam met haar deelname gehad het in dit.
with the ladies who at that stage might have had also contribution with her.
Ons het 'n onderhoud met hulle gevoer
We conducted an interview with them,
en tot 'n mate het hulle dit bevestig.
up to a certain point they confirmed it, my lord.
Die rede hoekom ons dit vir hulle gesoek het en met hulle gesels het was
The reason for us looking for them and ask them
om te kyk of daar miskien 'n moontlike rede is wat iets gebeur het in daai spesifieke lyn wat kon gelei het tot Joshlin se verdwyning.
if there anything might have happened in that situation which could have led to Joyce's getting lost, vanishing
In that line.
Die lyn van prostitusie.
in that lane of prostitution. If anything might have happened,
Maar ons het 'n negatiewe uitslag gekry op die ondersoek.
we received a negative outcome, my lord.
Die tweede maand is nou die Vrydag. Vrydag die 1ste.
Yes.
Yes. Vrydag die 1ste het ons ook besoek gekry van die destydse MEC van Community Safety.
During that day, they also received visiting from the then MEC of Community Safety,
Meneer Regan Allen.
Regan Ellen. Regan Ellen.
Hy het by die polisiestasie gekom.
He arrived at the police station.
Dit was nou later in die middag, edeлагbare.
It was late in the afternoon, my lord.
Sy versoek was toe dat hy saam met Kelly hulle wil gesels.
His request was that he wanted to talk to Kelly and them.
Op daardie stadium het ek gehoor dat Kelly en Rens hulle in Langebaan is.
At that stage, I understood that Kelly and Rens them were in Langebaan.
Die twee pare was by verskillende munisipale oorde gewees.
And this two couples were different municipality
Just one moment.
resorts.
So was it Kelly and Rens and who else?
Kelly en Boeta,
Kelly Buta,
en dan Rens en Ayanda en die kinders.
Rens, Ayanda and the children.
Maar hulle was verskillende oorde gewees.
They were different
Two different resorts.
resorts.
Ja.
Just for interest's sake, who was carrying the cost for this accommodation in these resorts?
Wie sou die koste dra in verband met die akkommodasie in hierdie verskeie oorde?
Ek het nie gevra nie.
I did not ask.
Did you find out later?
U later dit uitgevind?
Ek het die inligting wat ek toe ook gekom het was dat die dink was die munisipaliteit wat dit self gegee het vir 'n veilige ding. Die rede vir dit
The
was
information which I received later was that municipality for their safety.
in daai
For that,
week, vroeër in die week, was Ayanda en Kelly die aand by die huis gewees.
during that week, early during that week, Ayanda and Kelly were at home.
Ayanda and Kelly.
Nee, sorry, Ayanda en Rens.
Ayanda and Rens.
Ja, maar reg maar. En ek dink dit was die 26 of die 27ste.
I think it was the
Van daai
26th
week.
or the 27th of that week.
Maar daai spesifieke aand het die gemeenskap Ayanda se huis bestorm.
That night, the community then attacked Ayanda's home.
Daar was van Ayanda se goed gesteel gewees.
Some of Ayanda's belongings were stolen.
Volgens hom was daar toe ek kan nie onthou of hy was geslaan gewees of dinge, maar ek weet hulle albei was bang gewees.
And according to him, my lord, I don't remember whether were they assaulted, but was he assaulted? But I understand that both of them were scared.
Van die gemeenskaplede wat daardie event bygewoon het toe 'n TikTok video gemaak en uitgestuur op TikTok.
Some of these members who attended that gathering, my lord, made out a TikTok video and then sent it around.
I just don't want there to be any misunderstanding. When you refer to members, you are referring to
Gemeenskaplede.
community members, not
Gemeen-
members of the police.
Nee, glad nie.
I think
No. I just want to be sure. Yes.
community members, my lord.
Yes.
Ek dink dit was die dag na dit
I think it was the day after that.
of 2 dae na dit waar Ayanda teen sy wil vervoer gewees het na die polisiestasie toe met 'n bakkie.
When Ayanda was transported against his will in a bakkie to the police station.
En dit het die vrees vir daai huisgesin verder opgejaag dat hulle lewe in gevaar is.
That would make it more difficult for the freedom of those people that their lives were in danger.
Can you just pause there? You were in court, so this evidence up to a point will also be evidence in the main trial. You were in court when Ms. Lombard described an incident where Ayanda was taken to the police station that eventually led to what she described as, seems to me on the face of it, an abduction and
Dis hier ek het lag maar.
this is the same
Dit
incident.
is 'n sosiale voorval.
Now, have you identified those people that did this? Because this is clearly on the face of it interfering with the police work.
Ja. Definitief hier lag maar. Daar is 2 sake, Ayanda 2 sake gemaak
There were two cases was opened by Ayanda
vir die 2 gevalle.
in for the two incidents.
My verstaande is dat daai 2 dossiere nog onder aan die investigation is,
My understanding is that those two cases are still under investigation.
maar dit word nie deur my kantoor geondersoek hè, my graad
But
nie.
it is not investigated by my unit or my office.
Dit word ondersoek deur 'n totale different groep, die 2 gevalle.
Those two incidents are being investigated by two different groups.
Een
But,
different.
By a different group.
so, I'm going back. Just want to complete this because it might be important. when I eventually evaluate Ms. Lombard's evidence. That's why I'm clearing it up now. So the attack on, was it the attack on their home that was placed on TikTok?
Dis hier ek het lagbare.
And the going to the police station and that?
Die waar hom gehaal het met die bakkie, dis ook op TikTok.
But then the perpetrators must be easily identifiable.
Hulle is bekend aan die ondersoekbeampte en die ondersoekspan.
But it's been taken over a year now.
En lagbare, ek het nie insa op daai ondersoek nie.
But maybe the prosecution must look at it. It's over a year. Perpetrators are identified or identifiable, and DPP must make a decision whether to prosecute people that do these things or not. It's up to them to decide whether they prosecute people if a crime is committed. But it impacts on this case as well. Yeah. I hope you take note, Ms. Swann.
I do, my lord, but I think
You are in fact a Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions in this province.
I am, my lord. I am. I understand you to say that it's investigated by a different unit, specifically to keep it separate from your investigation.
Dis reg hier lagbare.
Ik verstaan dat onderzoekers van een verschillende eenheid om het apart te houden van één eenheid.
Thank you. I
Thank you.
interrupted you. So
Thank you, my lord.
there were 2 cases opened. Seems it's
Under investigation.
that's putting it nicely. It's slumbering somewhere. So they left the area because of all of this. They were now in Lombard. Well, what does the MEC have to do with the investigation?
En lagbare, ek het net gehoor dat die MEC gaan kom visit daai Vrydagmiddag en dat hy
I just heard that the MEC was going to visit.
en hy saam met die families wil gesels.
He wanted to speak to the families.
Toe die MEC kom, het ek toe besluit, okay, maar ek gaan nou saamry om te sien waar die mense is, want ek weet nie waar hulle is nie.
When the NBC arrived, my lord, I decided I'm going to drive with because I didn't know where these people were.
Ons het by die 2 plekke gekom, dit was nou laat die middag al.
We arrived at these 2 places. It was now late in the afternoon.
En waar die MEC saam met die families apart gesels het by die 2 plekke.
When the MEC spoke to those 2 families in these 2 places.
En daarna het ons teruggekom na Saldanha toe en die MEC is terug Kaap toe.
After that we came back to Saldanha and the MEC went back to Cape Town.
So now you're aware where they are.
Dis waar ek die eerste keer uitgevind het waar hulle is.
That was now the first time for me to know to find out where they were.
Die rede hoekom Kelly hulle daar gewees het was dat, as ek verstaan, dat die gemeenskap was
The reason for what I received, that's why Kelly and them were there, was the community.
Was up in arms oor die verdwyning van Joshlin en ook dat daar was 'n sterk gevoel in die gemeenskap dat Kelly en Boeta wel betrokke is met die verdwyning van die kind.
They were up in arms and there was a strong feeling in the community that Kelly and Boeta were involved in this vanishing.
As ook Ayanda,
as well as Ayanda,
soos Rens,
as well as Rens.
Van in daai tyd het dan nog 'n TikTok video ook uitgekom.
At that stage another TikTok video came to surface.
Waar Stefano 'n onderhoud gevoer het met Caitlin McKenzie.
Where Stefano was conducted an interview with Caitlin McKenzie.
Waar Stefano melding gemaak het van Sangomas.
Where Stefano made mention about Sangoma.
Dat Joshlin verkoop is aan Sangomas.
That Joshlin was sold to a Sangoma.
En dat Ayanda sodoende deel is van die verkoop aan die sangomas of deel is van die sangomas.
And Ayanda was part of the selling of the to the sangoma.
In daai konteks het lag maar. En dit natuurlik het ook die gemeenskap opgesluk.
That in itself also pushed up the community, Manot,
Teen Ayanda en Rens.
against Ayanda and Rens.
En dit het ook gelei dat hulle onveilig gevoel het om aan te woon waar hulle woon in daai area.
That led to them feel unsafe at the place where they were residing.
So, if I can just interrupt here, also for context, we were going to have the evidence of, is it Colonel or Captain Morris?
Colonel.
Colonel Morris, earlier in the trial, but you're the investigating officer in the case. And I was then told he would have given evidence about some of these social media posts. Would this be included in that?
Dis
As far as you
reg.
know.
Dis reg gelag maar.
Just so that I orientate myself. Yes, thank you.
So you said that they were feeling unsafe where they were residing.
Hy het gesê hulle het onveilig gevoel waar hulle woonagtig was.
Dis hier reg gelag maar.
That's correct, my lord.
Ek kan onthou, ek het nie met die twee pare geselsers daar gewees. Dit was
I can remember I didn't have a conversation with these two
dit was basies net 'n groot
couples.
hoe gaan dit? En toe ek weer weg saam met die delegations.
Just greeting us how you were, and then
Ek het ook nie ingestaan met die gesprek waar die MEC met die twee pare gesels het nie.
I was also part of the conversation where the MS was speaking to these two couples.
Met dit terugkom in Saldanha Bay die Vrydag laatmiddag.
With us coming back to Saldanha Bay the Friday afternoon,
Ek toe die inligting terug ontvang wat ek voor met die hof gedeel het.
then I received the information which I previously earlier shared with the court.
Ons was toch gesê geweest dat die minister van polisie, die voormalige minister Bekichelli,
We also received information that the previous known Minister of Police, Becky Taylor,
sal die volgende dag Saldanha Bay besoek
would visit Saldanha Bay the next day,
en dat hy met Kelly wil ontmoet en met haar gesels.
he would like to meet with Kelly and speak to her.
She's not yet an accused nor arrested, but a person of interest.
Dis korrek,
Sy was nog 'n persoon van belang.
dis korrek.
That's correct, my lord.
Ek het toe aangebly by die polisiestasie.
I reported at the police station.
Die lede het met my meegedeel dat hulle informers deur die dag rekruut het in die area en dat hulle geaktiveer is.
Then members told me about informers they meet up in the area.
Just a moment. I don't know whether I heard right. Did you use the word activeer?
Activeer, ja.
That the informers were activated.
Activated, ja.
Informers were activated.
Dankie daarvoor. Op daardie stadium met baie van ons senior offisiere van die provinsie het toe in Saldanha Bay aangekom waar ons met die ondersoekspan gesit het en 'n presentation.
At that stage, a lot of our senior officers came to Saldanha, where a presentation in place.
En 'n report moes ons skryf wat ons aan die minister wil gee die volgende dag.
A report was supposed to be drafted to be given to the minister.
So the plan was the minister would be visiting the next day, the 2nd.
Dit was aan ons gesê gewees, ja.
Yes.
That was told to us that the minister would be visiting the next day.
The second,
Saterdag die 2de,
Saterdag die 2de.
2de Maart.
2nd of March.
Die Vrydag aand het ons nou gesit met die presentation. Ek was deel van die opstel van dit. Ek en Malstein en nog van die ondersoekspan.
That Friday night, we at this presentation, me and Molstein were part of people drafting,
As ook die senior offisiere van die provinsie.
also the senior officers of the province.
Ons het daardie sessie gehou in Saldanha Polisiestasie in die boardroom.
That session we held at Saldanha Police Station in the boardroom.
Van die lede wat nie daar gewees het, was weer buite gewees
Some of the members who weren't there were outside again,
op soek na inligting wat ons kan help om vir Joshlin te vind.
so looking for information that would assist us to get a hold of Joshlin, find Joshlin.
Ons was tot ek het omtrent 11:30 die aand terug Kaap toe gery.
I left at about 11:30, drive road up to Cape Town that night.
Net ek kan 'n tyd voor ek Saldanha verlaat het, was daar gesê dat Kelly moet ingelig word dat die minister met haar gesels.
Just before I left, I understood that Kelly was supposed to be informed that the minister wants to talk to her.
Daar was ek kan nie onthou wie het kontak gemaak met Kelly of te gaan tot daar nie.
My Lord, I don't remember as to who made contact with Kelly or when they.
Maar daar was gepraat geweest dat Kelly wil nie meer daar wees nie waar sy is nie. Sy wil gaan van Catherine McKenzie het vir haar gesê hy gaan vir 'n plek gee of betaal waar hulle moet slaap.
It was understood that Kelly doesn't want to be there anymore. She wants to leave because there's an understanding that Catherine McKenzie was going to arrange a place for them
Daar-
to sleep.
Een van die offisiere het toe gesê gaan haal vir Kelly. Gesê om vir Kelly te gaan haal waar sy is.
And told the officer that we'll fetch Kelly where she was.
Toe Kelly by die polisiestasie is, toe is wat ek net weg is. Aan kat terug Kaap toe. Dus op die polisie aankom,
Okay. When she arrived at the police station, it was just after I left,
net voor ek weg is.
just before I left Cape Town.
Ek het nie 'n interaksie met haar gehad daai aand nie.
I didn't have any action with her that night.
Die volgende oggend, Saterdag die 2de Maart,
The next morning, the 2nd of March,
7:00 die oggend,
7 o'clock in the morning,
het ek weer in Saldanha Bay aangekom met die Kaap uit.
I came again to Saldanha from Cape Town.
He arrived here at 7.
I arrived at 7 o'clock.
Ek het net 'n paar ure geslaap het al reg.
I slept a few hours, my lord.
Ek het toe gehoor dat Kelly die aand daar gewees het, dat daar was 'n stryd gewees met Kelly en ek kan nie onthou presies wat het gebeur nie, maar
I understood that Kelly was there that night. There was a quarrel with Kelly. I don't know what really happened.
en in die loop van daai oggend voor die minister gearriveer het.
During that morning before the minister arrived,
Ek kan onthou ek het van die boardroom uitgestap
I remember I was coming and walking from the boardroom
deur die CSC
through the CSC
na die parkering na my voertuig.
to my vehicle in the parking area.
Toe hoor ek net iemand roep vir my meneer.
Then I heard someone calling me sir.
Toe was dit Kelly gewees.
It was Kelly.
Ek kan onthou Kelly het so 'n donkergroen rok aangehad.
I can remember she was wearing a dark green dress,
Die hare was uitgeblou.
blown out hair.
Sy het mooi gelyk.
She appeared beautiful.
En ons het toe maar groot en verbygaan en sy sê vir my meneer in soveel woorde, ek is famous, Joshlin het my famous gemaak.
Sir, I'm famous. Joshlin made me famous.
Ek wou net gelag en vir gesê, ja, jy lyk nogal mooi.
I just laughed and said, but you look nice.
En dis was my gesels met Kelly gestop daai oggend.
That's when the conversation with me and Kelly stopped.
Die minister het toe later die oggend gearriveer by Saldanha polisiestasie.
The minister later arrived at Saldanha police station,
waar hy met Kelly 'n gesels gehad het.
where he had a talk with Kelly.
Ons het ook toe die presentation aan die minister verduidelik
We also explained the presentation to the minister
en wat die stand van sake is ten opsigte van die ondersoek en die soektog.
and what the position is as far as the investigation and about the search.
Agbare, daardie Saterdagoggend
That Saturday, my lord,
was hier baie polisielede.
there was a lot of police members here.
Different eenhede van die polisie units.
Different units of the police.
Almal was basically getasked om aan te gaan met die soek na Joshlin.
All of them were tasked as to carry on with the search for Joshlin.
Die tyd van die oggend het ek die meeste by die polisiestasie gespandeer en
That time of the morning I spent most of my time at the police station.
ek dink die minister het sy gesels met die gemeenskap in die saal gehad of dit sou in die saal plaasgevind het.
I think the minister had his talk with the community, I think in this hall or was also
This
in the
hall.
hall.
Die saal ja.
This hall.
Ek kan nie onthou of dit wel plaasgevind het van ek was by die polisiestasie gewees.
I don't remember whether it eventually took place because I was at the police station.
Ek weet die latere middag was daar die minister by Diasville kliniek. Daar op 'n parkering het hy gestaan op een of ander, ek dink dit was 'n polisiebakkie.
And I remember that he was at Diasville at the clinic. I think he was standing one of the police bakkies.
Later that afternoon.
Dis middag van die tweede.
Ja.
Ja,
Same afternoon, the second,
waar die minister die gemeenskap toegespreek het,
where the minister addressed
the community.
the community.
Diasville was in rep en roer met die gemeenskaplede wat saamgedrom het.
Can you bear it up? Diasville?
Rep en roer.
Was up in arms, up in the road. Up in arms, my lord.
Dit was duidelik van die gemeenskap se houding daai dag van ek was tussen die mense gewees.
It was clear of the conduct of the community that day, my lord, because I was amongst the people.
Laat ek so stel, die meeste wat daar gewees het, wat ek kon gesien het, dat van almal was nie dieselfde nie.
Not
Dat
everyone was the same, my lord.
hulle het 'n standsie ingeneem om teen die polisie te werk met die ondersoek van Joshlin.
They took a stand as to work against the police for the search of Joshlin.
Op daardie stadium van die ondersoek, Agbare, het mense nie vir my geken nie.
At that stage, my lord, people didn't know me.
So dit was maklik vir my om tussen die gemeenskap te gaan staan en met van my lede om te hoor wat gesels word.
And it was easy for me to speak amongst the people, listen amongst the people, and some of the members.
No. This is important. I've stressed it a couple of times. We need to get the evidence translated correctly. So I'm going to ask the witness to repeat.
And if you're around,
He was saying, or you were saying, the part I heard, that people didn't know you at the time.
Dis die rek het Agbare.
So it was easy for you to stand amongst the people and listen to the conversations of what was being said.
Dis die rek het Agbare. Daar was ook van ons lede wat dit gedoen het.
there was also part of our members who did the same.
Die gesels, ek kan onthou voor in daai tyd toe die minister gepraat het.
I can remember during that stage when the minister was talking,
Het Keita McKenzie se verskyning gemaak tussen die mense.
Agent Mackenzie made his appearance amongst the people.
En hy het toe vrae gestel namens die gemeenskap aan die minister.
Then he posed questions on behalf of the community to the minister.
Daar was baie vrae gevra gewees het daar, maar ek kan nie onthou wat alles gevra gewees het.
Lots of questions was asked, my lord, that day. I can't remember which questions.
Die afleiding wat ek kon maak met wat ek gehoor het en wat ek gesien het,
The assumption which I could make, what I seen, what I've heard,
is dat die gemeenskap was onder 'n valse indruk geplaas
the community was put under a false pretense
dat die polisie die ondersoek van Joshlin gestop het.
that the police has stopped Joshlin's investigation or the search
'n paar dae na verdwyning.
a few days after that.
En dit was nie die waarheid gewees nie.
That was not true.
What was your impression? Who were the sources of this false information?
Op daardie stadium, ek was nie op TikTok gewees nie. Ek was nie op TikTok gewees nie. Ek het maar gehoor dat die mense die TikTok video's wil wys en daar's baie mense wat gewees het, insluitend Keita McKenzie, wat duidelik gesê het dat die polisie is onbevoegd, die polisie het nie resources nie, die ondersoek het gestop.
There was a lot of on TikTok, my lord, but I was not on TikTok, including Keita McKenzie. And there were a lot of people talking about the police doesn't have resources, the skin has stopped.
And incapable.
Maar basis die polisie is onbevoegd is en nie die nodige resources het nie, maar
They don't have the necessary resources.
die informasie wat ons ontvang het, vir ons gearriveer het, soos Luitenant Colin Siabole gesê het, was daar baie resources hier gewees van die begin af om te help in die soek na Joshlin.
And from the information we had, my lord, there was a lot of resources made available to use in the search of Joshlin.
Daar was polisielede ingebring van ander polisiestasies om te kom help soek.
Police from other police stations brought in to come and assist searching.
Wat daardie houding van die gemeenskap het dinge baie bemoeilik.
After the attitude of the community, man, things became very difficult.
Ons kon nie deurdring dat ons lekker kon sit met die gemeenskap en gesels om te hoor wat gaan aan, hoe kan julle vir ons help?
We could not get through to them as to speak to them nicely and how can they assist us.
Het was asof sekere mense wat op TikTok was en ander media's, dat hulle die ondersoekbeamptes is, hulle weet wat in die polisie inquiry aangaan, hulle weet wat die polisie doen.
It appeared that the people on TikTok were the people doing the investigation. They know better than what the police are knowing. They do better than the police can do.
Het was duidelik dat baie van die gemeenskapslede wat so daai dag so gepraat het.
It was clear because of about the people in the community were talking a lot.
Het nie besef die gevare wat hulle vir Joshlin kon inplaas nie.
They did not realize the dangers they can put Joshlin in.
Van op daardie stadium van die ondersoek,
Because of that stage of the investigation,
was daar geen bewys dat Joshlin wel dood is nie.
there was no evidence stating that Joshlin or showing that Joshlin was dead.
Die fokus was om vir Joshlin te kry lewendig en is nog steeds.
The focus was to get Joshlin alive, and which is still.
En mense wat so wild aangegaan het met die negatiewe publisiteit en
People who were now going wild with this negative publicity.
van wat part is het van dit is dat as die polisie hier is, dan is daar 'n live. Daar's daar TikTok.
When the police will be at a certain point, it will be live, there will be TikTok.
Dit versprei soos 'n veldbrand. En dit het so 'n mate belemmer dat ons met sekere gemeenskaplede kan deurbreek. Ek glo stellig dat daar was gemeenskaplede wat is wat wil voor 'n dag kom met mondelike inligting.
It affected in such a way, my Lord. At a certain stage, my Lord, I realized that there could be people from the community can come up with information.
Maar die negatiewe publisiteit
But the negative publicity,
wat deel gemaak het van die social media trends,
which was part of this social media trends,
het dit moeilik gemaak vir ons om daai verhouding op daardie stadium te bou.
that made it difficult for us to build that relationship.
Daar was 'n uitroep van die gemeenskap met hulle leiers dat die polisie steek goed weg.
There was also information through their leaders that the police were hiding some stuff.
Die polisie weerhou informasie van hulle af.
They withheld some information.
I'm sorry, I just want you. Can you just repeat what you said? Daar was 'n uitroep
Dat die
van die
polisie
gemeenskap.
dat die polisie steek goed van hulle weg en weerhou informasie oor die soektog na Joshlin.
So die uitroep was van die gemeenskap.
Ja.
Outcall from the community that police were holding some information.
En
Outcry.
en dat hulle wil alles weet.
They want to know everything.
Dit was duidelik dat hulle nie weet hoe ondersoek werk
It was clear that they didn't know as to how investigation works.
en dat ons as polisie ons gee verslag aan die victims en familie.
We give reports to the victims of the families.
Dis ons werk as spelers.
It is our job as detectives.
Heel achtbare, as ek terug gaan kom na die lives waar die mense die polisie so gevolg het,
If I go back to the lives that the police were following,
is dat verdagtes, mense wat regte waar in organized crime of enige verdagte mense kyk na social medias en hulle kyk na wat die polisie doen.
suspects in organized crime would, through this social media, would see as to what the police would be doing.
En in so 'n geval soos dit, as
Such a situation like that,
as die victim nog in die area is
if the victim is still in the area
of enige ander area
of any other area,
en die polisie doen hulle deursoekings
then when the police do their searches,
en die gemeenskap plaas die goed live,
and then this, what the police do would be put live,
kan hulle die lewe van die victim in gevaar stel.
that can result in putting the life of the victim in danger.
Hulle kan ook die verdagtes die tip of gee dat die polisie is besig hier.
They would also give the suspects that a tip off that the police were busy here.
Het kan wees dat die polisie miskien by 'n moontlike verdagte se huis is of 'n familie se huis.
It can so happen that the police may be at suspect's house of a family of the victim's house.
So dit sal die verdagtes ek sal sê die 10 stappe vooruit gee om te beweeg met die victim.
It will give the suspects an upper hand as to
Wat baie beslis die sukses van die ondersoek kan belemmer vorentoe.
which can affect in a bad way success of the investigation
asook die soektog.
as far as the searches.
Terug by die tweede.
Terug by die tweede.
Ja. Van die res van die dag het al agware het ons kon terwyl ons daar gestaan het tussen die gemeenskap kon niemand van ons enigiets positief wys geword het deur die gesels van die gemeenskap oor waar Joshlin is of enige positiewe leierrede kry oor wie die mondelike of wie die verdagtes is agter die verdwyning nie.
Whilst we were there, my Lord, none of us received any positive information as to where Joshlin would be and who would be the perpetrators, or who could be the perpetrators.
Die soektog en die ondersoek onder daardie moeilike omstandighede in die gemeenskap
Research and investigation under that difficult circumstances was
het voortgegaan die Saterdagmiddag in Diasville en
proceeded that Saturday afternoon in Diasville.
maar dit het 'n negatiewe uitslag gehad.
It had a negative outcome.
Honorable, I think we take the evidence up to that Saturday evening. Then I'm going to take a 20-minute or so adjournment. You would have seen that I made gestures to the court orderlies
I
because
did.
they indicated to me that the food had arrived. It wasn't here before we started, so I told them just to give me the heads up. But we can go on until the end of the day for that Saturday because I don't want to break it here now. As I was informed, there is a way to heat up the food.
Thank you, my lord. I'm sorry, I did not see.
Yeah,
but thank you. Thank you.
I was gesturing to the two police officials sitting over there, the court orderlies,
Thank
as
you, my
they had
lord.
made the arrangements for the food for the accused.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes.
As the court pleases.
Die dagbare die res van die dag was daar nog, so ek gesê dat ondersoek gedoen,
During the, as I said, the rest of the day, my Lord, investigation was done,
maar dit het ook 'n negatiewe result uitgegee vir ons.
but that also gave us a negative outcome.
Ek gaan daar stop vir die dag hier.
I'll stop there for the day, my Lord.
Not for this day, but for that day.
Will 20 minutes be sufficient? 20 minutes be sufficient? Because we had a long break before 12. Let me just hear from council because it's going to be a long afternoon. Do you want half an hour or 20 days? Because or 20 minutes? Because I know you also want to have something to eat. I don't know whether you had your lunch already.
But I think it would depend on how long it takes the accused to
No, the
have their
food's
lunch.
here, so 20 minutes will be, I think, sufficient.
I'm
Okay, let's take 20 minutes till 20 past 1. Whereafter we will resume. Court adjourned. for the headaches?
My Lord, she is requesting that she does have one.
Right, I'm going to ask that they see Mr. Harms has offered, but we have the paramedics on site. I'm going to ask my registrar to just request them to provide something. I don't want us to. And thank you, Mr. Harmson, but I'm aware that she received treatment earlier today, so we don't want any conflict with the medication she received earlier, and they administered the medication, so they will exactly know what to give her. I'm also aware that they checked certain vitals and so forth. But thank you so much. We will arrange that.
Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you.
So we, at the end of Saturday, the 2nd, we're now going on to Sunday, the 3rd of March.
Het is klaar met die zaterdag, ons gaan nu naar die derde maand, die zondag.
Edelagbare, in die loop van die Saterdag aand na die Sondagoggend,
As the night of Saturday night progresses to the Sunday morning,
het gemeenskaplede bebloede klere gekry op 'n oop veld langs wat Ayanda se kawas is. Die veld strek heeltemal op tot en met die grondpad aan die bokant by die duine. Aan daai gedeelte daar.
the community members found clothing with blood on the other side of the Ayanda's car wash.
Maar dit was op dat oop veld meer ver van die kawas af, maar meer na die grondpad se gedeelte toe.
They were more away from the car wash, closer to the gravel road.
Aan die linkerkant van die veld is Talmakiestraat, wat is Talmakies maak so singel dan so die huise van Talmakies.
On the left hand side there would be Talmaki Street, which makes
Die een kant van die huise van Talmakies is op die veld loop dan verder af.
one house of Talmakis is on the field itself.
Die toneel was geprosesseer deur ons as polisie en LCRC.
The scene was processed by ourselves and LCRC.
Terwyl ons op die toneel is, het ons toe gereël vir 'n verdere soektogoperasie.
Whilst in the scene, my lord, and then we arranged for another search operation.
Ons het toe die bevelvoerder van Saldanha vloot geskakel en gevra of ons nog van die vlootlede kan kry om te help om daai hele veld deur te soek na die tyd van die oggend.
Then we called the person in charge at the Navy, if you can assist us with some other members to come and assist us.
Na die prosesering van al die bewysstukke was deur die forensiese span versamel en verwyder van die toneel.
After processing this scene, my lord, the stuff was collected.
Exhibits were collected.
Exhibits were collected and then sampled, and then the forensics then to the stuff.
Die soektog op die veld van af die grondpad agter tot en met onder by Ayanda het toe plaasgevind.
Then the search started at the end of this gravel road up to Ayanda.
Ons het dit ook omgevat na agterkant van daai huise, Pieter Mokaba straat is daar in.
We also took it around behind the houses in Pieter Mokaba.
Ek dink hulle noem dit Draaihoek.
I think where they name it Draaihoek.
It's Peter Mokaba and Matthew Goniwe, if I remember correctly.
Dis hier ek dink dit is langs die veld waar Ayanda se kar was gewees het. Daar's net maar twee strate.
Yeah, he's in fact the one closest to the field. that's Matthew Goniwe.
Dis reg hier.
Na aan die veld so met die Boniwe wees.
And the inner one is Pietie Mokaba.
Dis reg hier. As jy middeldwarspad dit wat hy aanry daar langs die veld. Die soektog het geen positiewe resultate opgelewer nie.
The search didn't bring up any positive results.
Gewone ondersoek het voorgegaan met navraag dat ons lede moet in kontak kom met hulle werkgewers.
The usual investigation proceed whereby members were asked us to bring their
werkgewers informers. Maar daar was geen positiewe inligting wat hier gekom het wat vir ons in 'n posisie geplaas het daai Sondag om vir Joshlin te vind nie.
No positive information was received on that Sunday to find Joshlin.
Just one moment. Colonel, I've just promoted you.
Dankie daarvoor.
Captain, if it's possible to either sit slightly closer to the microphone or speak a little bit louder. And Mr. Blow, the same applies to you. I have difficulty hearing. I think you are speaking to the side of the microphone, Mr. Blow. Maybe just turn it more so that you speak into the microphone. Thank you, because if it's difficult for me, it will be worse for Mr. Harmsa.
Yes.
I've been told he thinks he's older than me. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, man.
Na die afloop van die ondersoek het ons bespreek die operasies vir die volgende dag van Maandag, die 4de Maart.
After this day's investigation, then we discussed about the operation that would take place on the 4th of March, the Monday.
Maandagoggend die 4de Maart
Monday morning, the 4th of March,
het die soektogspan by mekaar gekom in
the
die
search team gathered together
by mekaar gekom in die saal.
in this hall.
Ons was, as ek reg kan onthou, iets soos 380
We were, if I can remember clearly, 380
lede. Dit sluit nou in
members, including
polisielede
police
wat uit uniform bestaan het,
from uniform,
speurders van verskillende polisiestasies.
detectives from different police stations.
Daar was nog lede van die FCS eenheid van die ander areas wat hier gewees het.
There were also members of FCS unit from other areas.
Ons het van die ondersoeklede gehad van die provinsiale kantoor.
We had also members from the investigation team of the provincial office,
Die anti-gang unit wat onder organized crime resedeer.
anti-gang unit which is falling under organized crime.
Daar was van het uniform gedeelte van die polisie was daar lede van verskillende afdelings.
From the uniform police, there were members from different divisions.
Die K9 eenheid was deel van die ondersoek.
K9 was part of the investigation.
Die LCRC fotograwe en almal die forensiese
LCRC,
deskundiges by hulle.
the forensics experts,
Stad Kaapstad met hulle law enforcement en
City of Cape Town with the law enforcement.
hulle was weer ook hier met nog K9 honde,
They were also here again with K9 dogs,
gewone law enforcement lede, asook die ondersoekers van die City of Cape Town. Daar was van hulle lede wat deel gemaak het van dit.
and also part of the City of Cape Town's investigators was being also part of it.
Ander resources wat ek ons gebruik het was drones.
Drones.
Ja.
Other resources used was also drones.
Ons het die operasie so beplan dat ons die gedeelte van die veld wat om Dias wil loop. Ons het daai gedeeltes tot en met van die duin af begin, het ons in verskillende blokke opverdeel.
We planned this operation in such a way that Dias will enter the dunes. We're going to search and set it up.
As ek onder korreksie kan reg onthou, was ons iets soos amper 20 spanne.
If I under correction, my lord, we were about 20 teams.
En elke groep het gehad ervare spelers.
Each group would have experienced a detective.
Uniformlede,
uniform members,
forensiese deskundiges,
forensic experts.
Die honde was ook deel van dit.
Dogs were also part of it.
So met elke groep het was daar bevelvoerder gewees. Ek myself,
every group would have a person in charge that would be
ek myself was ingedeel in 'n groep.
I was also into a group.
Maar ek was nie die bevelvoerder van daai groep span nie.
But not the person in charge of that group.
Die rede vir dit was dat as daar enige iets positief of enigiets gevind word van belang,
the reason for that, if maybe something positive or something of importance,
dan kan ek net uit my groep uit beweeg en dan by die ander groep aansluit waar so 'n bevinding gemaak sou wees.
Then I would just leave my group and go and enjoy myself as to what we found.
Die soektog was die hele dag gewees.
The search was the whole day.
Die operasie het eers laat die middag klaar gemaak.
The operation stopped later that day.
Ons het weer die debriefing session hier in die saal gehad.
Then we had again the debriefing session in this hall.
Ek is na 4 voor 5 as ek hier vanaf weg na die FCA border perseel toe.
After 4, before 5, I went to the sea border, FCS.
Agbare, met die beplanning van wat die maandag gaan gebeur.
With the planning as to what was going to happen the Monday,
het ons as 'n ondersoekspan besluit dat ons gaan vir Kelly, Boeta en Stefano interview. Ons gaan weer met hulle onderhoud voer.
The plan was that the investigating team, that we're going to have an interview again with Kelly, Boeta and Stefano.
Van dat dit in die loop van die dag bekend geword dat
because during the day it became known
laat Rens ook sy was al klaar lange baan uit weg of op pad Kaap toe.
Because at that stage it appears that Rens was already left Langebaan, probably on the way to Cape Town.
En toe besluit ons die 3 wat hier is, kom ons gaan weer die onderhoud met hulle voer na die afloop van die operasie van die maandag die 4de.
Then we decided after the finalization of the operation of that Monday, we're going to have an interview with the 3 of them.
En die rede vir dit was dat soos ek voorheen melding gemaak het van die oop vrae na my onderhoud met hulle die 25ste.
The reason for that was about the questions which
het ons besluit dat kom ons kry al 3 van hulle.
We decided let's get the 3 of them.
By 'n selfe perseel en dan gaan ons onderhoud voer met hulle al 3.
At the same premises, and then we'll conduct an interview with all 3.
Van voorheen was die ondervraging, dit was either Kelly alleen en dat gevolg het met boetes wat ek het gedoen het. Stefano was 'n paar dae na gesien gewees.
Because initially this interview will take place in this manner. Sometimes would be first with Buddha, after a while with Kelly, and Stephanus was taken a few days after.
En daai tyd van die dag was Stephanus se verklaring al reeds bekom gewees.
And at that stage of the day, a statement from Stephanus was already found.
So die opdrag was, terwyl ons soek, laat ons uitvind waar Stefano, Kelly en Buddha is, en dat die wat weet waar hulle is die middag, moet hulle gaan optel en bring seebode toe.
And whoever know where they would be, Buddha, Stefano and Kelly, must go and pick them up and bring them to seaboard.
Nadat ek weggesê het, soos ek gesê het, ek dink ek het about so 5:30 by seebode aangekom.
4:30 to 5 o'clock I arrived at seaboard.
5 to 5:30.
5.
Sorry,
between 5 and 5:30 or 4:30 and 5.
4:30 en 5.
4:30.
Ja, maar dit lang. Toe ek daar kom, het die brigadier Nana was al reeds daar gewees.
On my arrival, Brigadier
Anana
was already there. Anana. My arrival, Brigadier Anana was already there.
Van toe ek stop, toe was vir my gesê gewees, die brigadier is op soek na my.
When I stopped, then I was told that the brigadier was looking for me.
Ek is toe na die brigadier waar hy in 'n kantoor gesit het in die FCS gebou.
I went to him where he was seated in office in the FCS building.
Hy het met my meegedeel dat 'n persoon met die naam Owen
Then he informed me about the person with the name of Owen.
Is buite en dat Owen is in besit van moontlike inligting.
Owen was outside and then Owen would be in possession of possible information.
Wat vir ons kan help,
which could help us
om vir Joshlin te vind.
To find Joshlin.
Na my gesprek met die brigadier van ek het ook aan hom terugvoering gegee oor
After this discussion with the brigadier, I also gave him some feedback
van die operasie wat toe geëindig het vroeër.
About the operation which ended earlier.
As ek toe uit na die parkeerarea net voor die FCS gebou.
Then I went out to the parking area just in front of the FCS building.
Daar het 'n kledingmanspersoon gestaan.
A colored male was standing there.
En ek het hom glad nie geken nie.
I didn't know him at all.
Ek het gevra of hy Owen is. Hy het my gesê ja, hy's Owen.
I asked him whether I'm Owen. He said yes, I was Owen.
En in daai tyd het Kelly ook 'n verskyning gemaak by die FCS gebou.
At that stage, Kelly made an appearance at this FCS building.
Ek het toe verstaan dat Kelly was by Hoekies Bay.
Then I understood that Kelly was at Hoekies Bay.
Kelly en Buddha.
Kelly and Buddha were at Hoekies Bay.
Was by Hoekies Bay opgehaal gewees.
When to be fetched from?
Deur Sergeant Sikobe.
By Sergeant Sikobe.
En Sergeant vroue Speeder May.
And Detective May.
Wat die vrou is.
Was a lady.
Dis nou soos die aand aangeloop het ek dit uitgevind het Agmere.
I'm sorry, I just want to interrupt you there. So, do I understand you now? As you were standing in the parking area, you see Kelly arrive. Is it only Kelly or is it Kelly and Buddha?
Toe even die parking area is hier toe sien Kelly kom toe en was het Kelly alleen of was het Kelly en Buddha?
Dit was Kelly alleen gewees.
It was Kelly alone.
Buddha was nie saam met haar gewees nie.
Buddha was not with her.
Met my vraag oor waar Buddha is, was ek verwys op na die seabode kantore toe.
When I asked as to where Buddha was, I was then directed up to the seaboard offices.
Wat ek toe gedoen het was dat ek vir Kelly gevra het om binne te gaan na die FCS kantore toe.
What I did was to ask Kelly to go inside the offices of FCS.
Owen het meer
Can I just clarify? When you say Kelly arrived, did she arrive on her own there, or because she was fetched from Wikis by she and Buddha by Sikhobe and May? But when you saw her in the parking area, was she walking alone, or was she accompanied by a police official?
If I in the park areas in aangesien gaan al was by Wikis by, was sy alleen gewees of was sy met 'n persoon gewees?
Edelagbare, daar was polisielede op dat tyd op die parkeerarea.
There were policemen on the parking area at
Maar
that stage, my lord.
ek het nie gevra wie daar nou hier gebring het, van die opdrag was gewees van 'n uitwale is, en as hulle uitvind, bring hulle, dat ons met hulle gesels na die
I didn't ask
operasie.
us to brought them here because the order was that find out where they are. As soon as you found out, bring them here.
Ter die loop van die aand het ek uitgevind dat Stefano dat was gehaal gewees in Diasville.
Then the night was progressing, my lord, then I understood that Stefan was in Deersville.
Fietstem in Diasville.
So you then asked her to go inside.
Yes. Ek vra het om in te gaan van Owen het nie voor by die FCS by die deur gestaan nie.
I asked her to go inside because Owen was standing in front of the FCS door.
Owen het meer aan die linkerkant van die parkering gestaan by die muur wat daar gebou is, net naby aan die muur, van het gerook.
He was standing to the left side next to the wall, standing while he was smoking.
Ek het toe vir haar ingesteer, vir haar gesê ek gaan nou byna wees, ek moet gou ingaan daar is mense daar binne.
I said we can go inside. I'll follow you now. There are people inside.
Sy is toe in, ek is toe op na die Seaborder kantoor toe opgestap waar Boeta en wat ek met Boeta en Stefano gekry het.
She went in and then I walked up to the Seaborder offices. But for Boeta gekry.
Toe ek by die Seaborder kantore aankom, was Boeta en Owen en nog lede, was 'n hele klomp lede op die perseel gewees.
When I arrived at Seaborder, it was Boeta and Owen and a lot of other members.
Yeah,
You said earlier, and that was interpreted, that you went to the Seaborder offices where you got Boeta and Stefano.
In die bootkamer, dis reg in die bootkamer sit.
In die boardroom.
Dis reg
Boeta and Stefano.
And Owen, did he go with as well?
Nee, Owen het
Are we just making the arrangements for the medication? So we're going to ask Constable Pillay to get water and the tablet that's been dispensed.
thank you, my lord.
Yes, I just want to clarify this because there seems to be some confusion. So Boeta and Stefano, they're in the boardroom at Seaborder.
by die Seaborder kantore, die gebou, Seaborder gebou,
It's a Seaborder building.
die gebou, ja.
But whose offices are those?
Dit is Seaborder se kantore.
Is Seaborder part of SABC?
Dis korrek. Hulle is die, kan ek so stel, alle polisie die waters.
Yes. Right. And so what happened to Owen?
Vir Owen het ek met hom gesê ek is nou by hom, ek kom nou af. Ek gaan van net
Leave him
op,
outside.
uitgelos.
I said to him, just get him out and be back to you now. Let him outside.
Sorry, I just want to be sure. So Owen was left there next to the wall there where he was smoking, in the parking area.
Hy het gestaan naby die muur.
Yeah, okay. And it was only Stefano and Boeta who were up in the Seaborder
Yes.
building.
Dis korrek, Edelagbare.
Thank you. And further, sorry, just for record purposes, I understand that sea border officers and FCS officers are on the same premises.
Dis reg, Agmara.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Met my aankoms in die kantoor het ek opgelet
On
dat
my arrival in the office, I took note
dat Boeta se linkeroog, dink sy linkeroog was geswel en bietjie blou gewees.
I saw that Peter's left eye was swollen and a little bit blue.
Ek het toe gevra, was sy aangerand gewees?
I asked him, were you assaulted?
Hy het gesê nee.
He said no.
Stefano, ek kon geen aan waar Stefano gesit het, kon ek geen sigbare wonde aan hom gesien het nie.
Where Stefano was seated, I could not see any visible injuries.
Ek het toe gesê dat das die onderhoud met Owen is nou die priority
And I told them that now the interview with Owen would be priority.
en dat ek gaan afgaan na Owen toe
I'll just go down to Owen
om te hoor wat is die inligting wat Owen saam met ons wil deel.
to hear from Owen as to what information does he want to share with us.
Dit is waar ek vir Stefano en vir Boeta gelos het.
That's where I left Buddha and Stefano.
Want die fokus was om vir Joshlin te kry.
My focus was on finding Joshlin.
Ek en Owen het toe die onderhoud ondergehad
Me and Owen had the interview down there
in die FCS gebou.
in the FCS building.
In daai tyd het ons vir Kelly gesê maar sy kan maar daar voor staan van Susan Sikobe, hulle almal het toe nogal voor gestaan in en uit die hele tyd.
At that stage, we asked Colin to stand, Ken to stand up and be in front, where such and Sequoia and the others were standing.
Ek het toe verneem dat Owen en Kelly hulle mekaar ken.
And then I found out that Owen and Kelly were knowing each other.
Owen het met ons meegedeel dat 5 jaar gelede,
Owen informed us that 5 years ago,
dit is nou 5 jaar van 2024 af, maak ons na 2019 toe.
from 2024, that would now take us to 2019.
Het hy 'n manspersoon gehelp intrek by 'n huis
He assisted a certain male person to move into a house
in Saldanha Bay
in Saldanha Bay.
en hy het die persoon se werf skoongemaak na 'n tyd.
Then he cleaned the yard of this person after a time.
En Owen deel met ons dat hy kon nie vir ons duidelikheid gee oor wanneer nie, maar dat die manspersoon vir hom gevra het om uit die woord gebruik 'n wit meisie.
Owen told us that this person couldn't tell us as to exactly when, but this person asked him about a white lady.
Wat hy moet soek of help soek of die man soek die 'n wit meisie
He might help to assist all this man is looking for.
tussen die ouderdom van 6 en dink 17 jaar oud.
Between the ages of 6 and I think to 17 years.
Volgens Owen
According to Owen,
het hy die indruk gekry dat die manspersoon 'n sangoma is.
according to Owen, he got the impression that this man was a Sango,
En dat die persoon in die vloot werk.
and this person is working at the Navy.
Ons het toe gevra van tydens ondersoek het van my lede kom insit. Waar bly die manspersoon?
We also asked him as to where does this male person reside.
Hy het ons verduidelik na 'n woonbuurt in Saldanha Bay.
Then he directed us into a residing area in Saldanha Bay,
En dat hy die huis kan uitwys aan ons.
that he can go and point out the house to us.
Hy het ook aan ons genoem dat die vloot, die man wat in die vloot is,
He also said that the man in the Navy
is nie altyd by die huis nie.
is not always at home.
En dat die buurman
That the neighbor
dink hy het toegang tot die man se huis.
he thinks that the neighbor may have access to the house of this man.
Ons het onmiddellik gemobiliseer dat ons die inligting moet opvolg.
We immediately mobilized as to follow up this information.
Ons het toe ons crime intelligence was daar deel van ons.
Our crime intelligence was part of us in the night.
Ons het toe gevra dat daar surveillance gehou moet word op die huis en ouer net gaan wys waar die huis is.
Then we asked that surveillance be kept on this house, and then Owen went to point out the house.
Ons het toe gesê, okay, ons gaan die huis besoek
Then we said that we're going to visit this house
net voor dit donker word.
just before it gets dark.
Rede vir dit was die huis was nog heeltyd niemand in gewees nie.
Because the reason for that was at that stage no one was in the house as yet.
Lede van ons ondersoekspan het ek toe gevra om die huis te gaan besoek.
The members of our investigating team, I asked them to go and visit the house.
Ek het agtergebly.
I remained behind
Van Kelly was daar onder gewees
because Kelly was down there.
en ek wou maximum lede van ons saam wou gestuur het ek saam gestuur
A maximum of our members I sent work
om die huis te gaan besoek.
to visit the house.
Hulle is omtrent, ek dink die beplanning was gewees om 8 uur te gaan. Ja,
The plan was that they would go there at 8.
hulle is net so voor 8, naby aan 8 uur weg daar onder by Seaboard.
They just left before 8, close to 8 from Seaboard.
In die tyd het, as ek onder gewees, die lede is weg, Boeta en Stefano is nog daarbo.
And during that time, the members are gone, Uta and Stefan are still up there.
Daar het ook van ons lede 1 of 2 agtergebly by my by die gebou.
There were also 1 or 2 of our members who remained behind with me at the building.
Ek kan onthou, daar was tye wat ek saam met Kelly buite gestaan het,
I can remember there were times that I would stand outside with Kelly,
waar ons 'n gewone small talks gehad het.
where we had the usual talk, small talk.
Sy het gerook, sy het 'n hele paar keer gerook.
She was smoking a few times.
Owen was ook buite gewees.
Owen was also outside.
Ek het vir Owen gesê voor die lede weg is, hy weet Kelly is hier.
I told Owen before the members left that you know that Kelly is here.
So hy moet nie die inligting met Kelly deel nie.
He should not share this information with Kelly.
In die tyd wat die gedeelte van ondersoekspan weg is,
During the time when part of our investigation team has left,
het Owen ook buite die gerookery saam Kelly, hulle toe saam op 'n tyd gerook.
then Owen also with Kelly carried on with the smoking.
Wat vir my opvallend gewees het was dat Kelly het nie gevra aan my of ek 'n gehoor vra aan enige ander persoon. Waantoe is die span op pad nie? Wat het hulle inligting gekry of nie?
What is observant from me, my lord, is that I didn't hear Kelly even asking the other persons where's the other team.
Sy het meer gevra dat sy wil by Boeta uitkom.
She asked more that she wanted to meet up with Buddha. She wants to be at Buddha.
Sy wil daar bo uitkom waar Boeta is en almal dit.
She wants to go up there and be with Buddha where he is.
Ek het vir haar gesê nee.
I said to her, no,
Boeta is fyn daarbo.
Buddha is fine up there.
Ek het in die tyd het ek ook ek dink 1, 2 of 3 keer opgegaan
During that time, I think I went up twice or thrice.
en vir Kelly ondergelos met van die lede wat daar gebly het.
Left Kelly down there with the other members who remained there.
En dat ek kan teruggaan en gerepeteer by Boeta se okay.
Then I would report back to her that Buddha was fine. Buddha was okay.
Sy sou net stil bly vir 'n paar minute, dan was dit weer ek wil na Boeta toe gaan. Is Boeta okay?
She would just keep quiet for a few minutes, then she would start again. I want to go to Buddha. Is Buddha okay?
Die groep wat die huis besoek het ongeveer, ek dink dit was vir 1 uur en 'n half weggebly.
The group went to visit the house. I think they stayed away for an hour and a half.
Hulle het teruggekom en terugvoering gegee aan my.
They came back and gave me feedback.
Hulle het met my meegedeel dat die huis van die persoon wat ouer na verwys is aan Goma, daar was niemand gewees nie.
They informed me that the house which Owen mentioned about the person who would be a Sangoma, there was no one there.
Maar dat die buurman het wel die huis oopgesluit vir hulle van die persoon.
But the neighbor unlocked the house to them of this person.
En dat dit 'n negatiewe result op die einde van die dag afgegee het.
It gave a negative result at the end of the day.
I couldn't hear the witness.
Dat dit 'n negatiewe uitslag gelewer het. Ons het toe besluit dat die onderhoude gaan nou begin. Dit was nou al so voor 8 uur die aand na ons hele gesels oor wat gebeur het die maandag aan.
Then we decided now we're going to proceed with the interviews.
Nee, jammer, alles 8 uur weg, het was nou al voor 10.
They left at 8 o'clock, my correction man was about before 10.
Die onderhoude het toe begin daarbo, ek is toe weer op om te sê op.
The interviews proceeded and I went up again.
Waar Boeta en Stefano nog steeds daar gewees het.
Where Buddha and Stefan were still there.
Were they now still in the boardroom?
Ja.
Still nog in the boardroom. Yes.
Ons het toe besluit dat die opdrag was gewees, kom ons haal vir Stefano uit die boordkamer uit.
Then the decision was that let's take Stefan out of the boardroom.
En ons vat vir Stefano by die kantoor langs aan in.
We'll take Stefan to the office next door.
En die approach wat ons ingeneem het was dat
the approach which we used was
gebaseer op Kelly en Boeta se verhouding.
Was based on the relationship of Boeta and Kelly.
Ons het geweet dat Kelly en Boeta die gehegte band.
We knew that they had a strong connection.
Dat Kelly, soos ek voorheen genoem het, die stem is van die verhouding.
That Kelly would be the voice, as I said earlier, of this relationship.
En dat Boeta skuiling vind agter dit wat Kelly die stem gewees het.
And Boeta would find a way of hiding as behind it, since Kelly was not the voice.
En ons het ook gedurende die ondersoek agtergekom dat Kelly wil nie geskei wees van Boeta nie.
We also picked up that during this interview, Kelly don't want to be.
Separated.
separated from Buddha.
En in die verhouding met die drie wat ons daar gehad het, was Stefano die odd one, die uitstaande ene.
Then Stefano had to realize that it was the odd one, as I said.
Van as ons kyk na Kelly en Buddha se verklaring,
When we look at Buddha and Kelly's statement,
wat hulle afgegee het die 20ste Februarie,
which they made on the 20th of February,
gaan hulle verklaringe net oor hulle twee self.
these statements would only contain about themselves.
Niks van Stefano nie.
Nothing of Stefano.
En soos ons weet met die ondersoek het Stefano bekend geword deur die verklaring wat van Rens geneem gewees het.
Then, as we know that Stefano became known after a statement was taken from Rennes.
Regbaar is so, ons het besluit dat ons moet laat Stefano verstaan
Then we decided that Stefano must make Stefano to understand
dat hy nie beskerm word
that he was not protected
deur Kelly en Buddha nie.
by Kelly and Buddha.
Die ondersoek, die interviews was in 2 kantore gehou. Ek was in beide kantore in en uit.
These interviews took place in 2 offices. I was in and out of these offices.
En die rede vir dit was as daar informasie uitkom by die een,
The reason for that was that if information would come from one of them,
veral nuwe informasie of verskilling van wat hulle al klaar bekend gemaak het aan die polisie,
new information except what they already made known to the police,
dat dit onmiddellik opgeneem gaan word met die ene nuuskantoor.
that would be taken up immediately in the next office.
So ek kon onthou saam met my was een van my lede, Susan Fortuin.
I can remember with me was one of my members, Sergeant Fortain.
In my afwesigheid het hy die onderhoude gelei.
In my absence, he would lead these interviews.
Die onderhoud het met Stefano begin, waar ons begin het met Stefano,
The interview started with Stefano, where we started with him,
waar ons die gewone meriete van sy verklaring deurgegaan het.
we went through the usual merits of his statement,
En op 'n punt gekom wat ons basically geglo het is nog geïsoleer die broeder, as jy die broederbond tussen Kelly, hulle beskerm nie vir jou nie.
That's when we also come to this, what we decided, this bond that you must understand, Kelly and Buddha are not protecting you.
Just a moment. Were all 3 of them together at some stage?
Was al drie van hulle op 'n stadium in mekaar gewees,
Later die aand.
later that night.
Het was net waar, nie al drie nie, Buddha en Stefano.
No, we'll get there.
That's it.
Remember you said you took Stefano out of the boardroom.
Ja.
So at the time when Stefano went out of the boardroom, was Kelly already there?
Kelly was by die FCS kantore gehou gewees.
Kelly was next
Sy
door.
is daar ondergehou.
She was kept at the FCS down there.
So the position would then be, if I understand it correctly, I just want to get clarity, is that Buddha would be in the boardroom, Stefano would be in the room next door.
Dis korrek, dit lag maar.
And were there specific members allocated to each of the rooms, except for you that had been shuttling between the two?
Was daar enige lede, spesifieke lede aangewezen in die twee kamers, die wardrobe en die ander kantoor, behalve die wat nog tussen eten en bewegen.
Edelagbare, daar was lede gesit geweest om na hulle te kyk.
There were members left put there to look after
Maar
them.
die instruksie was, ons soek nie 'n die mekaar ondervraging nie.
But the instruction was, we don't want a confusing interview.
So die onderhoud gaan gelei word deur my en Sergeant Fortuin.
The interview would be held by myself and Sergeant Fortuin.
Maar dat Sergeant Fortuin die lead gaan neem van die ondervraging. So as ek uitbeweeg en hy is by die kantoor, kan hy aangaan.
Sergeant Fortuin will took the lead in asking questions. For instance, if I go out, then they can proceed.
En wat belangrik is van daai was dat as Boeta moet sien ons gaan by Stefano in ons steeds praat met Stefano, dan weet hy ons kom weer van Stefano af en ons kom vra vir oor 'n feit. As dit dat ons miskien inligting het waar op 'n gelyke tyd gedeel word met different spelers hè. Die inligting is beperk tot dieselfde mense. So as jy dit vir my gesê het, gaan ek met die storie langs aan toe.
It is a situation whereby, let's say for instance, one speaks, gives certain information. What you would give me, as detectives will go and tell it to the next person next door.
So die kanse van misinterpretation is skaars.
Chances of misinterpretation when there is scarce.
Can you just pause there? I just want to understand, because this might be important, especially for purpose of the trial within the trial part. I think you may have been in court when the explanations of plea was given. So it would be Fortuin and yourself, you are the interviewers.
Ja.
And you would shuttle.
Jagel, ja.
Both of you.
Ek het meestal gejagel, hy ook.
So whilst you with Stefano, Boeta is left alone.
Daar is lede wat na hom gekyk het
But
dan.
what I mean, there's nobody asking him questions.
Nee.
And then you would return from the room next door into the boardroom, and you would ask him a few questions, and so it would go from room to room.
Dit is so eerlik, so ek het meer die agterrol gespeel. Omdat ek weet ek moet nog gaan na Kelly toe, ek moet na onder gaan kyk, so dat Fortuin wat die leier geskik, dat sy stem die leierstem is met die onderhoud.
I played a lesser role because I still have to go to Kelly. Now Fortuin was now the one leading.
Okay, so let's go back. You said you then started with Stefano. Now, before any of these questionings started, on the 25th, when you had the interviews with Kelly and with Boeta, you told me that you first explained rights to them. On this occasion, was anything explained to them? If so, at what stage? If not, just tell me.
Hy het getuig dat toe u op onderhoud so gevoer het met Boeta en Kelly die 25ste, het u hulle regte aan hulle verduidelik. Ek ben op hierdie stadium het ook u dit gedoen het, op watter stadium?
Agbare, toe die onderhoude begin het ons nie hulle regte aan hulle gegee nie.
When the interview started, they didn't give them or read out the rights to them.
Maar dit het wel later aan gebeur.
But it happened later that night.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any particular reason for that?
Is daar enige spesifieke rede vir dit?
Op daardie stadium, alhoewel alle moontlike verdagtes, persons of interest is, was er nog steeds getuies op daardie stadium.
At that stage, even though they were probably suspects or people of interest, but they could also be regarded as witnesses.
Van hulle het getuieverklaringe afgelewer. Hulle het getuieverklaringe afgegee.
They already given written statements.
En agter na, ek dink dit was 10 of 15 minute, as ek toe af na die FC. Ek was dink so 10 of 15 minute aan boord geweest, ek toe af na die FCS gebou toe waar Kelly is.
I think I was up there for 10-15 minutes. Then I went down to the FCS offices where Kelly was.
Daar het ek van ons vroumenslede het met Kelly gesit.
Some of our lady members were sitting with Kelly.
Hulle met Kelly gesels.
Talking to her.
Ek kon gehoor dat hulle het gepraat oor die maandag se gebeure.
I heard that they were talking about the happenings of the Monday.
Ek was nie lank daaronder gewees het een van my lede gekom om saam met my te gesels.
I wasn't long there down there, my Lord, when one of my members came to me and said he wanted to talk to me.
Die gesels basis was gewees dat my ingelig dat Stefano en Buddha het genoem dat ons vir Kelly moet vra oor die verdwijning van Joshlin.
The talk was about Buddha and Stefano saying that we must ask Kelly about the vanishing of Joshlin.
Toe ek dit hoor wat hulle vir my sê, is ek toe weer op na die seaborder kantore toe.
When I heard that, my Lord, I went up again to the seaborder offices.
Toe ek daar bo kom, toe vind ek steeds vir Stefano in die kantoor waar hy gesit het agter 'n tafel.
I found Stefano still in the office where he was seated.
En Buddha het ook by 'n tafel gesit in die boordkamer.
And Buddha was seated at the table in the boardroom.
Sergeant Vertuin het met my meegedeel dat
Sergeant Fortin then mentioned to me
dat ek dink dit was Stefano wat eers gesê het ons moet vir Kelly vra oor Joshlin se verdwyning.
I think it was we had to ask Stefano first who said he must ask Kelly about the vanishing of Joshlin.
En toe hy dit gebruik om met Buddha te gesels, het Buddha ook tot dieselfde gekom dat ons moet vir Kelly vra oor Joshlin se verdwyning.
When he used that, my Lord, and then that's when Buddha also said we must ask Kelly about the vanishing of Joshlin.
Ons het vir hulle twee ander afsonderlik gevra wat bedoel hulle met dit? Hoekom moet ons vir Kelly vra?
We asked them individually, what do you mean about this? Why should we ask Kelly?
Ek kon sien en wat ek gehoor het van hulle twee onafsonderlik dat hulle wil nie vir ons sê hoekom ons vir Kelly moet vra en wat ons vir Kelly moet vra nie.
I see, since they told us this separately, they wouldn't tell us as to why should we ask her.
Hoekom ons moet vir Kelly vra nie.
As to why we must ask Kelly.
Ek is toe besluit ek gaan nou afstap FCS kantore toe waar Kelly is.
Then I decided I'm going to walk down now to FCS offices where Kelly was.
Toe ek onderkom het my lede nog steeds met haar gesels.
On arrival down there, my members were still talking to her.
Ek was nie lank daaronder gewees nie, 'n paar minute.
I wasn't down there for a long time, just a few minutes.
Het een van die lede vir my kom sê dat
One of the members came to tell me that
Stefano en Boeta het die indikasie gegee dat hulle die waarheid wil praat.
Stefan and Buddha wanted the opportunity for them to speak the truth.
Ek was onmiddellik op na die seaborder kantore waar die twee gewees het.
I went immediately to the sea border offices where the two were.
Ek het met hulle gepraat en
So up to this stage for the evening, you haven't interviewed Kelly yet, because every time you're down there, you have to run back up.
dis jy sal agbare en
That's the impression I get, like a yo-yo up and down.
moeg gestap gewees het agbare. En hoekom ek toe nie onmiddellik wil toe ek instap vir Kelly vra wat hulle sê nie, because ek sien die lede het vir Kelly nou Kelly gesels, Kelly sit daar. So dink ek gaan wag vir 'n regte tyd om te interject met hulle interview.
The reason for me not asking her immediately when I get into it, Kelly was with the members while talking to her.
Van een van die reëls is dat jy kom nie net in bars en iets vra nie.
One of the rules is that you don't just barge in and ask questions.
Terwyl ander mense of 'n ander speler besig is met 'n persoon met 'n onderhoud.
Whilst I'm detecting for someone else busy conducting an interview with someone.
Were the female members that were with her at the FCS, were they having an interview with her, or were they just chatting about what happened that day?
Die indruk wat ek gekry het daaronder met die female lede van ons 'n klomp vroumense, sy Kobe, hulle almal was daar en nog ander lede is dat hulle praat met haar oor die saak. So en dan in between het hulle gepraat van die kinders. Ek weet nie of dit nou net 'n derailment gewees het, maar ek het dit is so gelos van.
The impression I got, I think they were talking about sometimes about the case, about the kids.
Maar die meeste van die gesels gewees wat ek gehoor het, was oor die saak gewees.
But the most of the information which I picked up was about it. More was about the case.
I interrupted you.
Ja, maar El Agbar, ja, so ek was nog nie lank onder nie, voor ek dit kon vir Kelly vra wat hulle twee gesê het, as ek toe weer op.
I could ask Kelly what they said, I had to go up again.
Ek het onafsonderlik met hulle altyd gesels.
I spoke to them separately.
En dit is daar waar ek met my aankoms by hulle altyd het ek hulle ingelig van hulle regte.
That's when both of them informed them about their rights.
Ek het aan hulle genoem, ek verstaan dat julle die waarheid wil praat.
I said to them, I understand that you want to speak the truth.
En hulle het sodoende dit aangedui.
That they indicated it to me. That's how they indicated to me.
Hulle het ook aangedui dat hulle hulle regte verstaan.
They indicated that they understand their rights.
Toe ek met hulle gesels het ek aan beide meegedeel dat as julle gesels, julle gaan vir offisier gesels, onafhanklik, dat hoe dit is, hoe dit werk, dat verklaring gaan afgeneem word, as julle bereid om verklaring af te gee.
As we were talking and explained to them that you would speak to an officer.
Hulle het aangedui dat ons bereid om 'n verklaring af te gee.
To give a statement, and then they said no, we prepared just to give a statement.
Ek het vir hulle gevra toe net na hulle gepraat het van Toe ek wel gevra het oor hulle die waarheid praat, het hulle vir ons verwys na iemand toe, 'n ander persoon toe.
After we just, they said that they wanted to speak the truth, that's when they referred us to someone else.
Ek het
They're in separate rooms now.
Is hulle in verskillende
verskillende kamers, ja.
They're still in separate rooms.
Sy verskillende kamers die lagbare. Hulle albei het verwysing gemaak na 'n selfe persoon toe.
Both made a reference to the same person.
Vir hulle verduidelik dat wat dit behels die proses van die afneem van hulle verklaringe,
I explained to them what the procedure would be as far as taking up down their statements.
as ook gevra of hulle bereid is om vir ons te gaan uitwys waar die persoon bly.
Then we asked them, are you prepared as to go and point out to us where this person is residing?
Met die verduideliking van waar die persoon bly, het agtergekom dat hulle praat van dieselfde persoon.
The explanation as to where this person was residing, we picked up they were referring to the same person,
En dat die huis baie maklik is om te kry.
and the house was very easy to be found.
Na dit is het ons kan jy my Lagber
Krag is af. Sorry. Almal.
Off. It's off. 1 to 1 is off.
almal is af.
All of us.
1 to 1 to all of it's off.
There we go. All right, so on the explanation given, you realize that the address would be easily found.
Baie maklik het Lagber.
Very easy, my lord.
Ons het toe besluit dat hulle bly in die kantore waar hulle is.
Then we decided they will remain in the office where they are.
Hulle bly met ons gaan lede by hulle sit om na hulle te kyk
We'll leave the members with them.
en ons gaan die inligting opvolg.
We're going to follow up this information.
Op daardie stadium was daar niks vir Kelly gesê van wat taboe gepraat word nie.
At that stage, nothing was said, told to Kelly as to what the conversation was there, what was about up there.
Ons het so, dit was, ek dink net na 10 die aand,
I think it was just after 10 that night,
is ons toe af na die persoon se huis toe.
we went to this person's house.
This one.
Ekskuus tog voor
This
11.
one, this one.
Before 11, sorry, before 11.
I was just checking the time.
Ja.
Dit was wat 11 uur, net voor 11, net na 11 tyd te dan.
11, just before 11.
Ja, maar dit Lagber. Daar het, ek dink dit was uniformlede wat op die perseel gewees het agtergebly van dit. Die instruksie was gewees dat Boeta en Stefano moet nog apart bly totdat ons terugkom.
The instruction was that Buta and Stefano must remain where they were until we come back.
Separate.
Van ons moet die inligting opvolg wat hulle met ons gedeel het.
Because we have to follow up this information they shared with us.
Ons het toe die persoon se huis gaan besoek waar ons
We went to visit this person's house
waar ons toestemming gekry het om die huis te deursoek.
where we received, we were allowed to search the house.
Ons het die persoon ons was ongeveer so 3 ure of 2 ure, sê 3 ure by huis gewees.
We were at this person's house for about 3 hours.
Die rede hoekom dit so lank geneem het was dat
The reason for it to take that long was that
ons het gewag op LCRC moet kom
we were waiting on LCRC to come,
en dat hulle die huis vir ons moet forensies deursoek.
that they would search the house for forensics through.
So hulle het die huis forensies geprosesseer vir ons.
They processed the house forensically in the house.
Ons het ook die K9 honde gehad wat ook die perseel vir ons deursoek het.
We also had the K9 dogs who came to the premises to search.
Na die voltooiing van die deursoeking by die persoon se huis,
After we finished with the search at this person's house,
het ons die persoon met die res van die familie saamgeneem na die perseel waar seebode is.
then we took the person with the family to the premises where Seaborder is.
Van terwyl ons by die huis gewees het, edelagbare,
Because whilst we were at this house, my Lord,
het daar alreeds 'n klomp gemeenskaplede saamgedrom buite.
there were already a lot of community members gathering together.
Na die afloop van die ding het soos gesê het, is ons terug na die seebode kantoor met die persoon en die res van die familie en kinders.
After we arrived at the Seaborder offices, as I said, we left with the person and the family and kids.
Ons by die aankoms as ek toe na die FCS kantore toe,
On arrival, I went to the FCS offices
waar ek die persoon se die eggenoot en die kinders ook saam met ons gehad het.
Can you hear me now?
Die eggenoot en die kinders van die persoon, van die paar,
The father and the kids,
waar ek vir hulle toe gevra het en gewys het waar hulle kan tuis wees in die kantoor van die forensic social worker.
where I showed them where they could be welcomed
So,
with the social worker.
so do I take it the person that you refer to was a woman?
Dis reg edelagbare.
Mr. Dahama.
Sorry, my Lord, may I just ask? I don't think the last portion was translated. So, just repeat. You took. I showed them where they can go to an office. Which office?
Dit was die kantoor van die social forensic worker. Edelagbare wat by FCS se kantore sittend is.
So it's part of the FCS offices.
Dis korrek. Selle gebou.
There where Kelly was.
Dis korrek edelagbare. nadat hulle in die kantore gemaklik gewees het,
After they were comfortable in these offices,
het was oplettend dat Kelly die kinders weet wie die kinders is.
it was observant that Kelly knew who the kids were.
Ons het nie gevra oor die diepte van die verhouding met die kinders nie, maar ons het net daar gelaat.
Can you run?
Ek het nie gevra die diepte van die verhouding, hoe sy die kinders ken nie.
I didn't ask as to how she knows that the children. I just left it there.
Ons het toe die vrou geondervraag daar bo.
We questioned the woman up there.
Die ondervraging van die vrou was gehou in die boardroom van Boeta, was uitgehaal en aan 'n ander kant toe gesit gewees.
This questioning of the woman happened in the boardroom because Buta was moved out of the boardroom into another office.
En ons het toe die weergawe dat wat Boeta en Stefano met ons gedeel het.
Then we asked about the information Buta and Stefano shared with us.
Het ons toe aan haar gestel.
We put that to her.
Sy het met ons haar weergawe gedeel.
Then she gave us a
Version.
Achtbare, ek wil net sê dat toe ek net maar vertel van hulle wil die waarheid praat, het agterna die onderhoud met die vrou gekom.
As I said earlier, after when the interview took you, then when they said they wanted to speak the truth, that when the interview after that.
Van toe hulle vir ons vertel van die vrou, het hulle albei geen inkriminerende feite vir ons gegee wat vir ons die idee gegee het dat hulle betrokke is of wel miskien betrokke kan wees met 'n misdaad.
Referring, did the interpreter first interpret?
Can I read another speak?
Die tyd toe hulle gesê die eerste keer hulle wil ons vir Kelly vra en
when they first told us about us Kelly.
En nadat het dit uitgekom waar hulle vir ons verwys het na die vrou toe.
That's when after that they prepared us with this woman.
Toe het ons besluit die vrou se huis gaan doen en teruggekom.
We went to this house and this lady came back.
Maar toe hulle vir ons gesê het,
when they told us,
het hulle geen melding gemaak of enige inkriminerende feite teen hulle gegee dat hulle betrokke is by die misdaad wat ons ondersoek nie.
No mention was made of information given to us that they were involved in this offense that we were investigating.
Van wat hulle gesê het was, die vrou sal ons weet of ons kan help wat Joshlin is, maar hulle weet nie wat Joshlin is.
This woman would probably tell us where Joshlin is, but they don't know where she is.
En dit het gelei dat ons besluit het om dit onmiddellik op te volg.
That's the reason that we immediately decided to follow that up.
So, shall we take a 10-minute comfort break?
Thank you, my lord. That would be good.
Let's make it till 14:45.
Thank you, my lord.
Court adjourned till 14:45.
I don't remember whether Sergeant Captain can with me in the later stage, but me and him spoke about it.
En dis toe waar ek gesê het, okay, gaan jy voort met die weergawe wat die dame vir ons gee?
And I said to proceed with the version that this lady is giving us.
Ek het ingestaan nog so vir 'n paar minute by die ondervraging van, ek dink dit was Stefano. Ja, Stefano.
I stayed in for a while during the questioning of Stefano.
En hy het net volgehou, die vrou, sy sal weet, sy kan vir ons inligting gee wat Joshlin is.
He kept on saying that the lady knows she can give you information on what Joshlin was.
Ek het vir 'n tydjie buite gestaan.
I stood outside for a period.
Ondervraging het aangegaan.
Whilst the interrogation was carrying on.
Vertuienis toe weer in daar by Boeta se kantoor.
Then I went back into the office of Boeta.
Fortuin. Did I understand you correctly? It's Fortuin.
Ek het van die kant gesien, hy loop die hele tyd.
I could see that he was walking up and down with us.
En ek wou
with his finger on my
op daai moment wou ek toe nie vir hom stop en vra wat gebeur nou hier, wat gaan aan nie.
At that stage I wouldn't stop him to find out what was happening.
Ek het dus toe wat ek te besluit ek gaan af na die FCS gebou toe.
That's when I decided I'm going to the FCS only.
En dit is toe wat ek nie lank onder gewees het waar ek die boodskap gekry het dat alle twee oor die waarheid praat.
That's when, whilst not being long down there, that's when I received the information or that they wanted to speak the truth.
Ek het vroeër genoem dat voor die tyd, ek het die orde verkeerd gehad.
Oh, I see. Because I couldn't understand.
I just mixed the incidents, man.
En dit het toe gevolg waar ek vir hulle, soos ek voorheen verduidelik het, hulle recht aan hulle verduidelik het.
As I said earlier, I explained the rights to them.
Hulle steeds gevolhou dat hulle die waarheid wil gesels.
They still maintain that they wanted to speak the truth.
Hulle was bereidwillig om 'n verklaring af te gee.
They were wanted to give a statement.
Bereidwillig. Willing
To give a statement.
As ook die, soos ek voorheen gesê het, die adres van die persoon te gaan uitwys.
And also to show the address of the person.
Met dit het ek toe gesê vir hulle dat ons moet die twee aanhou. Ons moet hulle inneem vir aanhouding.
With that, then I suggested that we keep them.
Detain,
ja. Ek is toe af, die tyd toe ek dit vir hulle toe sê, en vir hulle sê, ons gaan vir hulle inneem, die klagte van kidnapping en almal daai.
When I told them that now you're going to detain them for the charge of kidnapping and the other,
was hulle altyd sittend, van hulle was hulle, wat ek vir hulle gesien het, was hulle sittend gewees, by die selfe stoele waar hulle sit in die different kantore.
They were just seated in this chairs, were sitting in these different offices.
Ek het opdrag gegee dat hulle moet nou aangehou word en dat hulle moet afgebring word na die FCS kantore te so in 'n paar minute.
Then they must be detained and after a few minutes must be brought down to the FCS office.
Ek is toe af na die FCS kantore toe.
I went to the office, the FCS offices.
Ons lede was nog besig gesels, maar ek moes toe inkom in die gesels met die onderhoud.
Our members were still having the conversation, but I had to intervene or get into this conversation.
Ek sê toe aan haar dat Boeta, hulle sê, ons moet vir jou vra.
I said to Boeta, them said we must ask you.
En sy het onmiddellik begin skree en aangaan en vloek en skel.
She immediately screamed, carried on swearing.
Sy sê
Just pause there, just pause there. Did you use the Afrikaans words as you said it?
ja, heel erg waar.
Did you use the facial expressions that you illustrated when you said it now in testimony?
Ek het my nou gesien vir jou vrou.
So the witness raises his eyebrows, widens his eyes, and points forward as he's saying, "Ons moet vir jou vra." I specifically wanted to put the gesture on record. I could see when he testified, he gestured in that way.
Ek het sy toe begin te skel,
She started swearing.
skree, vloek.
Just one moment. When you say skel, what do you mean by that? Because it's interpreted as swearing, and I'm not sure whether swearing is the correct terminology, because swearing is in Afrikaans vloek.
Ja, sy het lelike goed gesê na Boeta en Stefano.
She said bad words towards Buddha and Stefano.
Van dit,
Can you remember the words?
dit is, ek kan nie al die woorde onthou nie, heel erg waar.
I can't remember all the words.
Maar daar was van die P-woord en die N-woord en
The P words and the N words.
Can you not remember, or you're scared of becoming
I
a
mean
mean?
that on the only obviously I'm on the table.
ek vloek nie so lelik nie, heel erg waar.
I don't swear that way alone.
Yes, thank you. Well, counsel for the defense might insist that you say it aloud. But let's leave it for them.
Kan ek 'n interpreter kry vir daai? As ek dit self. Asseblief.
But Mr. Blau is right next to you.
Yes, yes.
Ja,
It's late in the afternoon. It's good as if we can have a little humor in a very serious situation. Yes, thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
Thank you, my lord.
ek kan ook byvoeg dat dit het op 'n tyd geklank of sy met vir my vloek of vir ons vloek, maar ons het maar laat deurgaan.
I just want to add, it sounded as if she was also swearing at us or calling at us, but I just like, and carry on.
Wat sy toe begin skree het, was het sy geuiter dat hoe kan Boeta
Then she
sê
all the words, how can Buddha
dit doen aan my?
do this to me?
Ek het hom vertrou,
I trusted him,
ek is lief vir hom.
I love him.
Sy het daai woorde, ek kan sê daai sin 'n paar keer oorgesê.
That sentence, she said that a few times.
Ek het toe vir haar gesê,
And I said to her,
jy worry oor Boeta,
you worry yourself out, you worry about Buddha,
maar jy worry nie oor Joshlin nie.
but you don't worry about Joshlin.
Ek het 'n mistake gemaak om dit vir haar te gesê het.
I made a mistake by telling that to her.
Van toe begin die skel en die volume van die stem het gestyg en aangegaan.
When she started swearing, the volume of her voice increased.
Sy het iets genoem so, wat moet sy maak, my kind is weg.
She mentioned something like, what should I do? My child is gone.
Die geskel en gevloek van haar het aangegaan, sy het begin te huil.
The swearing, the scolding proceeded, and then she was crying.
Sy het toe ook in dieselfde asem beginne vloek en skel en
In the same breath, she scolded and swore.
En beledigings uitgeskree na van haar familielede. Uitgeskree.
Insulted.
Insulting some of her family members.
En dat sy vir hulle blameer
She was blaming them
vir die situasie wat sy in is.
for the situation she was in.
Edelagbare, die rede hoekom ek gesê het hulle moet vir Boeta en vir Stefano afbring van almal ons voertuie was daar onder voor die FCS gebou geparkeer gewees.
The reason for me asking them to bring Boeta and Stefano down, because all of vehicles were down there at the FCS office.
En in die tyd toe Kelly nou so skel, het die deur oopgegaan en Boeta het verskyn.
During the time while Kelly was not swearing and scolding, then the door opened and then Boeta appeared.
Daar was Kelly toe na hom geskel en gevloek.
Then Kelly sweared and scolded at him.
Na die van wat sy gesê het was, hoekom sê hy het alles so vinnig gebeur?
Of what she said as to why did everything happen so quickly.
Ek kan onthou ek het gehoor Boeta antwoord, maar het is mos jy sê vir die polisie iets in daai lyn.
And then I could hear Boeta saying that this you tell the police something in that line, that is what you say.
Ek het onmiddellik gesê, maar vat vir Stefano, nie sies tog vir Boeta, vat hom uit.
That's immediately I said that for them to take Boeta out.
Gaan sit vir hom, sit vir hulle in die voertuig met verwysing na Boeta en Stefano.
And I referred to Boeta and Stefano, put them in the vehicle.
Hulle was toe in aparte voertuie neergesit.
They were now put into different vehicles.
Ek het die besluit gemaak dat Kelly moet aangehou word.
I took a decision that Kelly should be detained
op die klagte van die kidnapping.
on the charge of kidnapping.
Ons het toe gepraat en gesê dat die SAP 14A, die notice of rights of an accused person van die polisie, moet gehaal word by die polistasie.
Then we said that the SAP 14 about the rights of the person detained should be fetched from the police station.
Ek kan nie onthou edelagbare vir wie ek gestuur het om dit te gaan haal nie, maar dit was gehaal gewees.
I don't remember who I sent to when to fetch them, but they were fetched.
In die tyd wat Kelly nog so aangeskel het, as ek toe uit om te kyk waar Stefano en Boeta is.
While during the time when Kelly was kept proceeding, swearing and scolding, I went out to see where Boeta and Stefano were.
Van die lede buite het my aangedui dat hulle in twee verskillende voertuie is.
The member then told me that they were in two different vehicles.
Ek weet in die een voertuig het ek gesê, maar is daar niemand?
Just one moment. Was it one member or more than one member? What I heard in the Afrikaans, he said van die lede.
Daar was
of
nie-
the members.
van die polisie het buite gestaan in die parkeerarea.
So some of them told you.
Yes, alles in die voertuie.
What did they say?
Dat van gevra waar is Boetan Stefan de Shella was in die voertuie.
I wanted to know from them where is Bhutan, Stefano, that they said in the two vehicles.
Van waar ek gestaan het voor die FCS gebou, die voertuig waar hulle gewys het, waar Stefano in is, het ek nie vir Stefano gesien nie.
From where I was standing in front of the FCS building, where they pointed out where Stefano was, which vehicle, I couldn't see Stefano.
Ek het by tot die voertuig gegaan en gesien dat Stefano aan die slaap geraak het en dat Stefano op die agtersitplek lê en slaap.
I went closer to the vehicle, that's when I realized that Stefano fell asleep and slept on the back seat.
Boetan was sittend in die kar, agter in 'n ander voertuig.
Bhuta was sitting in another vehicle, seated at the back.
Ek kan nie sê of Boeta gesit en slaap het nie,
I can't say whether was he seated sleeping,
maar ek het gesien hy sit in die ander voertuig.
but I could see was seated in the other vehicle.
Nie lank daarna nie was hulle toe na die 14 aangekom het, was hulle toe vervoer na die polisiestasies toe vir aanhouding.
After the SAB-14s were filled out, and they were taken to police station.
Were the SAB-14s completed there or anywhere else, if at all?
Die 14A's was daar by die Seaborder kantoor ingeval en dan aan hulle gedien gewees.
These 14A's were filled out at the Seaborder and then given to them.
Brigadier Nana was nog steeds in die FCS.
So that we don't miss anything. Were you involved in that process of completing and handing over the SAB-14As?
Was die betrokken in die voltooiing en die oorhandiging van die SAB-14's?
Nee, maar ek het vir die lede opdrag gegee om dit aan hulle te gee.
I gave orders to the members to give them.
Ek praat nou onder korreksie dat ek kan nie onthou of ek vir Brigadier Nana approach het na hulle weg is of hulle is nog gewag het vir die 14A nie, maar ek het sodoende vir Brigadier Nana in die kantoor gaan sien en vir hom gevra dat om te reël vir offisiere vir die afneming van die...
Okay. You can stop now. My Lord.
Why do you stop him midway? If he says for the taking of the statements, it's because there's nothing in that.
No, in itself it's not incriminating, indeed. My
So
Lord,
that the sentence is completed because he
okay.
stopped him mid-sentence.
My apologies. Extra cautious.
Yeah. So Brigadier Nana was going to arrange
My versoek
for
was
officers.
as ook hy moet vra van offisiere vir lede buite die ondersoekspan om te help met die vervoer van Stefano en Boeta na die persele waar die verklaringe geneem gaan word.
My request to Alana, Brigadier Alana, was also to get people separate from this investigating team to take Buddha and Stefano to different where they were going to make these statements.
Just to step back, Do you know which police stations they were taken to be detained?
Weet jy na watter polisiestasie hulle toegeneem was om te aanhouding?
Ek het later die dag verneem dat hulle almal was Saldanha Bay polisiestasie toegeneem.
I later learned that all of them were taken to Saldanha police station.
Was that what you had requested or instructed?
My versoek,
Was het u versoek of was het u order?
my versoek was geweest dat hulle moet na verskillende polisiestasies toegeneem word
My request was that they should be taken to different police stations.
en dit is waar ek het na my versoek het ek dit opgevolg onmiddellik die oggend het.
I didn't follow up immediately that morning after my request.
Just can you give us an idea as to what time this then was, that this process was now complete and you instructed that they must be detained?
En u mondelik sê hoe laat is die polisie nadat u versoek gemaak het en dat hulle moet nou aangehou word.
Dit was omtrent naby 4:30 die oggend
It was close to 3 in the morning
van die 5de
of the
Februarie.
Vijfde.
Die 5de lag na Dinsdag die 5de.
Tuesday the 5th month.
Before they were transported to the police station to be detained, did you interact with them again?
Voordat hulle so vervoer was na die polisiestasie, het die met hulle interaksie gehad.
Is dit nou die oggend?
Yes, that morning.
Die laaste wat ek vir hulle gesien het was daaronder by die FCS kantore.
The last time I saw them was down there at the FCS offices.
Was this now before you saw them in the vehicles or after you saw them in the vehicles?
Is dit voordat u vir hulle voordeel gesien of nadat u
Alle twee was in die voertuig gewees.
First
Stefano en Boeta.
Stefano en Boeta.
En Kelly was nog in die FCS gebou gewees.
Kelly was still in the building of the FCS.
All right. My Lord, I think at this stage it is appropriate that we will enter the trial within a trial for the rest of the proceedings that happened thereafter, if that's in accordance with this court. May I just add that as far as this witness's testimony is concerned in the main trial, which we are in still, I might need to, or I will definitely have to lead his evidence just with regards to later investigation that happened
No, that's fine.
way after that.
But insofar as it relates to the leading up to the statements that's now been arranged by Brigadier Nana,
Yes.
effectively it straddles both sides of the main trial and the trial within the trial. So, Mr. Harms, are you ready to start cross-examination?
Because there's a lot of detail about what happened from the 2nd or the 3rd of March. I think, the 3rd and 4th of March, which is not contained in the further which is not contained in the further particulars that we've received. Also, all the evidence by this witness, what transpired when my client arrived at sea border, and all the interviews and everything there. This is all new. This is all new. I have instructions from my client as to what he said in broad, what he remembers, but as to a response to what was given evidence about now. And that whole night and day, the 4th and the 5th, I need to sit with him.
The relevance for the trial within the trial would be from the encounter at Seaboard.
Yes.
At Seaboard.
Yeah,
that's where the trial within the trial portion starts. So I'm going to allow cross-examination from there on. The rest is all part of the main trial.
Yes, yes.
So it's from the time that he know of and he testified about that he encountered them at Seaboard. So remember, that's where he met the accused.
There's a
How
lot
long
of time.
will it take you?
Sorry, my lord.
How long will it take you?
My lord, I can't see that it'll take less than half an hour. I need to make some...
Half an hour, okay, let's call it to 4.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do the following. I am going to adjourn now. We're going to start at 9 tomorrow morning. And the reason why I don't want to start earlier than 9 o'clock is because all of us will have to pack up our accommodations where we are and then get ready for when we finish here tomorrow afternoon to go home. Otherwise I would have started earlier. But I know I have a lot of things to pack. Now we had an arrangement that we can go up till 4 today. So any consultations can take place this afternoon so that we don't waste time in the morning. And we start at 9. And then we're going to see how far we get. I've indicated to counsel in chambers that ideally one would have wanted to adjourn earlier tomorrow because we need to pack up here. Although we're coming back next week, for the next 2 weeks at least. For now, we're coming back for 2 weeks, but we will not be sitting on Monday. I'm using the opportunity just to explain to everyone why we're not sitting on Monday with this case. The High Court term actually ends tomorrow. So the next 2 weeks would have been a recess. But we've decided to work through the recess. But it came as a surprise to both the prosecutors and the defense when I called them to my office on Tuesday morning this week. So unfortunately, most of the role players had other things planned as from Monday. And the compromise that I made was, I will give you Monday to go sort out your life. and your diaries. It's a sacrifice made by them to be here. And for that reason, I was prepared to say, okay, let's then start on Tuesday. Mr. Apollos, Mr. Van Rijn, Malmesbury, Ms. Smith, Langebaar. I know that you transported separately. You are not part of the trial within a trial. So there may not be a need for you to stay a little bit longer this afternoon. Yes, you're not part of the trial within a trial. So they might leave with you sooner than they leave with the two other accusers, just so that you know.
My Lord, I just want to request, if it's possible, that my client and I suspect accused two to be brought here tomorrow morning by 8 o'clock.
Can it be done, Mr. Manders? Can it be done? Yes, they here at 8 o'clock in the morning?
It will be much appreciated. Thank you, my Lord.
I got an indication from the police that they will assist to get them here early in the morning. So, Captain, I don't know what your experience is about testifying in the courts. We have not started your cross-examination, so you may still consult with the prosecutors. If anything new that's not in the statements, Ms. Swanepoel, comes to light in a discussion between yourself and the investigating officer, prosecutors, just give your colleagues a heads up early enough, either early tomorrow morning or this evening, to say, listen, he's going to testify about this story, so that they can prepare on it, so they're not caught by surprise.
Yes.
And that we don't have to adjourn unnecessarily. We're going to try and see how far we get tomorrow. If I can accommodate the parties to cut a bit of the time, we'll do that. But I can't promise you anything. It's still a full court day, so we must try and utilize the time. It's unfortunate that if we have witnesses traveling up and down from Cape Town, just to be told we can't help you today. But things happen, just so that we know. Ms. Smith, just check with the court orderlies before you leave. It's Ms. Pillay, Constable. So if she needs medication, that they arrange it there at Langebaar for her, so that we don't have a repeat tomorrow. Thank you, the court, Legend.